Hello, hello everybody. We're back here today. Happily find welcome everybody of you. So we don't want to, eat time, precious time for this very rich second part of our workshop. And just briefly before leaving the floor to Seth, that we will have very short Q&A sessions also after the first after each of the couple of the after each before the break. Because we might take a bit longer than the scheduled time, but we feel that it's very important to have a few good questions after each almost a lecture. So please, I welcome Seth Richardson of the Rental Institute of the University of Chicago, who will be telling us about surveillance and mimesis by divination. So please.
It's true, I will try. Let's see, I'm going to share my screen, but it's disabled. And now you are muted. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Is it working? It should be working now.
Actually, maybe better if you can tell me if it's working. Yes?
Yes, absolutely. Perfectly.
Fabulous. Okay, so let me start. I'm going to spare you a long apology about how I'm not an anthropologist or a historian of religion. But I should start by clarifying that my paper deals a whole lot less with concepts of nature as such and focuses really more on socially constructed relationships between human beings and the land, and in very particular historical circumstances. And to add to that, very little is animate in this study per se, beyond the analogistic or mimetic relationship of human interactions with the landscape and the forms of mantic ritual knowledge with which the gods had inscribed in the material form of the livers of sheep. Because where does one find the truth? In the livers of sheep, obviously. So this might be a less than perfect topic for this workshop in the end, even if I quite selfishly am finding this workshop very helpful for the topic. So I'm certainly getting something out of it. Okay, but enough hedging. I've promised you a paper on this topic and I mean to give it to you. Beyond being a case study, I do hope this paper opens up possibilities for thinking about some non-binarism, animism, and analogy as contested and in flux, rather than as sort of fixed quantum states of hard anthropological or epistemological truths. I also hope it delivers something on the question of whether state practices are analyzable as non-binary ontologies in the same way that traditional or literary cultural ones are. That is to say, are official ideas so clearly artificial in contrast to cultural discourses? And obviously I'm suggesting already that I think the boundaries are not so clear. Okay, so let's get to it. I'm going to talk about the local context of sheep liver divination in 17th century BC Babylonia, in Lower Mesopotamia. By local context, I mean the use of divination in very specific places, non-urban fortresses scattered across a Babylonian countryside, which until quite recently had been regularly organized in relation to much larger cities, a much more urban culture, suddenly now much more rural. Divination was used at this time as a tool of surveillance for this newly de-urbanized landscape, often filled with hostile enemies. Divinatory procedures were primarily used to determine whether travel was safe between forts and cities, for caravans, messengers, shipments of grain by boat, for cultic journeys, as well as to determine whether the forts and the cities were themselves safe from attack. And finally, also used to peer into the landscape to understand where and whether enemies in the landscape were moving out there somewhere. And to add spice to this mixture, the enemies that they're looking at, the enemies of the kingdom of Babylon, included any number of non-Babylonian mercenary troops who actually staffed many of their own fortresses in the first place. So that is to say, who at any certain moment might decide that they were no longer working for the crown and turned to predation. So we're looking at a highly volatile situation, not only from the point of view of conventional military security, but where the nature of the threat emanated from the degradation of sovereignty itself, and specifically state relations over territory. And it's at the intersection of this story about territorial sovereignty and the story about mantic divination as a tool for landscape surveillance, where the analogy or mimetic relationship between human beings and the land arises. How did changes to population distribution, ruralization, and even institutional life lead to a new state ontology? So showing this, unfortunately, involves a good deal of storytelling before we can get back to talking about divination. So first, just do some basic facts about the time and place I'm talking about, because the geopolitics matter a good deal to the story. So 17th century Babylonia is less well known than the preceding 18th century, which is schematized here on this map. You see that around 1792, the Babylonian kingdom is really this small core of cities in the middle. And by 1750, it had blown up into this very large territorial state. Well, the important thing to say about that is that with it by around 1730 or so, it had just collapsed back to the original core. So the 18th century was this time of Hammurabi and the strong warring states of the Middle Bronze, Mari, Eshnuna, Larsa, Elam, etc. And this following 17th century, by contrast, was a time of not only weaker states, but a weakening of the state form altogether. And the regional collapse across the Near East in the 16th century following that invites us to think about this long century in between, that is to say, between Hammurabi and the collapse, as a time in which the discourse of state and institutional power was visibly on the wane and open to question. People peered out into this larger landscape and could see that states were not just at war, but disappearing altogether. So in some ways, the state as a trans-historical fact was itself under some challenge. So Hammurabi's sweeping military victories in the 1760s had established Babylon as the preeminent power in Lower Mesopotamia for the next century and a half. But exactly what it meant to be preeminent changed pretty quickly. By the 1720s, the entire southern half of this Babylonian conquest state had revolted and broken away from the crown, leaving just this little rump state here in the middle. And what's more, those old southern cities were then substantially deserted and the population dispersed throughout the landscape as the final episode in what actually was a centuries long-term pattern of ruralization. So in fact, Syro-Mesopotamia as a whole was also de-urbanizing. Most of the great royal states of the Middle Bronze Age were either withering or gone. So the 17th century really gives us kind of a unique perspective on ancient collapse, political collapse, because Babylon remains for about a century as the sort of sole observer of this process, a process which is usually poorly documented. And what we see is that a whole new geopolitical landscape grew up in the wake of this decline of great urban states. The Syro-Mesopotamian world was increasingly carved up into territories controlled by small tribes and mercenary bands. These groups progressively controlled little patches of landscape, from fortified villages or villages which grew up around pre-existing fortresses. And this was kind of a warlord society, which differed profoundly from normal Babylonian culture. It was rural, multi-ethnic, and commanded by leaders who were not really interested in being called kings. Legitimacy was not a concern for them. And although the languages and the gods are the same, recognized both in the cities and in these countryside warlord towns, three important developments stand out, which I'm going to talk about for a few minutes. First, although fortresses, of course, had existed in previous times, they didn't invent them. The number in the Babylonian kingdom now absolutely exploded in the 17th century, coming to outnumber the cities of the kingdom by 8 or 9 to 1. Second, except for small shrines, these fortress places lacked temples and priests, both of which were indispensable markers for Mesopotamian urban life. And third, sheep liver divination stood out as the primary mode of access there to non-human forms of knowledge in these fortified places. So I'll take these 3 points in turn. To the first feature, the number of fortresses, they were clearly more numerous than cities, okay? This is just a list of the ones we know about, with more than 30 inhabited and active fortresses and only 4 cities in the kingdom. We could say that the fortress settlement systems became modal, if not dominant, in terms of absolute population. This is, I think, the sense of things at that time. But not only more numerous and modal, fortresses also covered a much wider range of ground than they previously had in relation to the cities. So if we compare Hammurabi's state around 1750, covering this larger amount of a much larger amount of territory than what you see here, and all regularly structured with cities, in this same Babylonian kingdom a century later, you have 4 cities kind of smushed into this very small urban zone in the middle, and the forts are covering a much greater percentage of state territory. So yes, and so just to explain, the red stars here are the fortresses we can more or less locate, at least relatively speaking, on the ground. The blue ones are entirely notional, but we do know they were out there somewhere. Now, our knowledge about these places has actually improved significantly in the last 15 years or so. We have the recent publication of texts from 2 excavated fortresses. 2 fortresses, one an excavated fortress here in the north on the Euphrates called Haradum, and an even larger set of texts from an unexcavated context, a fortress called Dur Avi Eshuch here in the southeast. The name Haradum comes from a verb which means to be alert, to be on guard. And the name Dur Avi Eshuch just means fort of King Avi Eshuch, the name of the king who built it. And I tell you this because the themes of watchfulness and royal ownership are entirely unaccidental to the themes of the argument today, since and this is just one of a number of a kind of political claims or claims about political history, which I'm going to make, which I simply don't have time to argue. You will simply have to accept them as gospel. That since fortresses had the purpose of surveillance over the countryside, we get such names as Haradum, and Dur Avi Eshuch is very representative of the fact that the king owned these places as domain land in a way that he didn't own the cities of the kingdom. There were really 2 very different state sectors, the fortresses and the cities. Now, from the texts of these places, among other things, we learn that the fortresses eventually undertook their own primary agricultural production. They were home to not just mercenary soldiers, but their families over generations, and that forts were often in independent communication with each other. So they grew to become social communities of a very recognizable type. These are the ground conditions under which divination took root and flourished in these places. The second point is that fortress towns had little of the infrastructure of temple religion which characterized Babylonian cities. And this isn't merely an architectural or even institutional detail, but even a cosmological one. Temples and cities were not just the places where religion happened. They were the homes of the gods who were the founding residents of those cities. And by default, any place which didn't have a temple was just a place built and lived in by humans. Now, in the fortresses, there was a small temple to the god Adad in the Haradum fortress, but it was absolutely tiny, smaller than a private house. And there were actually a fairly healthy contingent of priests in Dur Avi Eshuch, but they actually really belonged to the neighboring city of Nippur. So this was a complex situation in which the temple staff of Nippur had been exiled from that city, but they were still carrying on cult for the gods from the fortress, kind of a little bit at a distance. But it's quite clear that they weren't operating any temple in or for the fortress itself. So here I need to make a very ham-fisted distinction between Mesopotamian religion, by which I mean temple religion, and not only divination, but all the many and multifarious forms of ritual, Mesopotamian ritual, which were never performed in temples. Now, what happened in religious cult was largely carried out by priests inside the precinct of a temple, the house of a god, and it was based on sacrificial festivals for the benefit of the deity, okay, for his or her feeding, care, dressing, etc. Other forms of ritual, by and large, were not carried out in temples. They were performed by professional ritualists who were not priests. They often engaged supernatural forces which were not gods. Here are Graham's spirits, demons, ghosts, witches, what have you, as temple religion did not. And the beneficiaries of rituals, these rituals, were typically people, not gods, for the ill, the unlucky, the lovelorn. Now, these seem to me like fairly profound differences. But when we cram Mesopotamian religion and ritual into a dyadic schema like this, we're sure to get some wailing on the part of Assyriologists who will object that crude divisions like that ignore all kinds of connective tissue between the two realms of practice and discourse, some subtle, some not so subtle. And these objections are not without some justification. Many rituals, and arguably all Mesopotamian ritual systems, premise their efficacy on divine intervention in the world by the same gods that temple sacrifice served, the interpolation of sacrifice and prayer into the ritual matrix of ritual action, and even the authorship of ritual texts by the gods themselves. And so it does do some violence to a purported theological core to fully differentiate religion from ritual. But we also can't ignore that aside from some theoretical constructs, divination was just a radically different engagement with the other than human world than temple sacrifice was. The practical contexts, the built environments, the agents of transformation, and the objects of divinatory procedures diverged profoundly. I don't think we need to assume that these differences represent some kind of Kulturkampf in order to acknowledge their validity, not only as heroisms for our own study of these forms, but as markers of distinctive forms of access to what were nevertheless the same other than human forces. For a culture like Mesopotamia, which indeed lacked an identifiable and unifying theology to rationalize everything into a tidy whole, a diversity of situational epistemologies are not, in fact, could not be philosophically inconsistent. And Babylonians clearly saw no need to either distinguish, harmonize, or put these forms in conflict with each other. And here you see the basis for my somewhat selfish question to Graham yesterday, where I was asking about conflict. We leave aside that kind of theoretical discussion to come to the third and most, I think, important point, which are the many ways in which divination, here you have a nice sheep liver staring you in the face, in which divination was woven into the fabric of daily life in the fortresses. And this requires saying a couple of quick things about Mesopotamian divination, although it's an absolutely massive subject. As some here will know, there were several different forms of divination: astronomical, terrestrial, the movement of oil on water or smoke in the air. But it was sheep liver divination, which was regarded as the most accurate and most direct channel to understanding the will of the gods. Not so much for a knowledge of the far-flung future, but to really reveal what was present but hidden, or maybe even immediately about to happen. Now, sheep liver divination, which I'll refer to as extispicy for the sake of economy, was not itself a static form. It has a historical development. I think some people look at Mesopotamian divination and just say, oh, that was a feature of this culture. when in fact it has its own editorial history over several thousand years. In the third millennium, extispicy was a craft tradition outside of a textual one, and it then underwent a rapid but staged process of textualization. Inscribed models of livers in the 19th century, compendious or encyclopedious long lists of omens in the 18th century, and individualized reports in the 17th century. You can really see this emerging in different kinds of use. And with these three types of texts, extispicy gelled later into a classic form, which was used for the next 1,000 years with relatively little alteration. But in the 17th century, extispicy was still in a dynamic and creative state. And here we finally come around back to its particular role in these fortresses. You already see in the 18th century texts how preoccupied the craft was becoming with statecraft, military operations, and non-urban landscapes. The omens are often about armies marching, enemy princes, the fate of lonely citadels, ambushes in the wilderness, that kind of things. In these omens, it's quite clear the diviner is not a priest sitting in a temple reading livers about events happening very far away. The diviner is a military ritualist who himself marches with the army and commands fortresses in the field. And it's quite clear that these divinations are not being performed to determine who people should marry or whether or not to plant onions this year. At its core, the texts and the practice were largely about warfare. And this is reflected not only in the content of the omens themselves, but the apparatus of the practice, the terminology. The liver itself was conceived to have zones which included a path, like a campaign path, a fortification, a way station, a view, and other terms which are really evocative of this rural landscape of the land as a whole, in fact. Could note also that the Akkadian word for diviner, which emerged at this time, differed substantially from the semantics of the earlier Sumerian term. So the Sumerian term meant roughly something very literal, like person who reaches into a goat. And the newer Akkadian equivalent was not a translation at all, but derived from a verb which meant to see, to inspect, to watch over. So the sheep liver was thus itself a landscape which the diviner would survey. And this mirrored the sense in which the sun god himself was understood to rise and survey the earth when he rose over it. Shamash, the sun god, is said to look down on the land as a liver. So all the world is a liver. So we begin to see that extispicy isn't just a sort of neutral techne adapted to this momentary need, which just happened to be this de-urbanized landscape crawling with mobile bands of mercenaries and what have you, but it was a form of mantic knowledge which really developed in analogy to that situation. It's worth, I'm sorry, by the way, many, if not most of these slides are not in Iraq. They're just sort of evocative images of fortress or fortress-like places. So I think this is at the Grand Canyon. It's worth noting again, then, that military operations on the ground were also heavily invested in projects of seeing. The fortress texts are full of scouts, watch guards, messengers. They have roving bands who report back on the movements of other groups, Sutians reporting on their observation of an Elamite camp, intelligence coming from Kassites about some of their own groups, through an actual translator that's called a Turgomanu, which is the etymon for modern dragoman, by the way. So the role of fortress commanders, according to the letters of the king, was not actually to fight or defend territory or things like that, to go out and conquer people, but to keep watch and to report. That is really their mandate. The administrative texts and letters from and about the fortresses show that divination was used for a wide array of purposes. The monthly shipments of grain to fortresses were not dispatched until the expedition had been cleared by an extispical procedure, which might be either positive or invalid. Neither were the boats to be moored until a mirroring procedure had been done on the receiving end. In fact, even the letters commanding that the divinations were to be performed were themselves first cleared by a divination. You needed a divination in order to do a divination. And then extispices were performed within the forts for virtually every purpose which required people to leave the gates, for bringing supplies inside the walls, for merchants and officers traveling to and from Babylon, for sending priests and offerings to Nippur, for cultic journeys to shrines out in the countryside, or even unspecified journeys into the unsettled zones, for sending supplies to other fortresses, for the receipt of reliable information about the movement of enemies, which include Habatu, robbers, and even Hapiru now in Mesopotamia from returning scouts. Divinations had to be done for the receipt of royal correspondence coming by express messenger, for the safety of the fortress itself. There were even procedures to protect the armed troops themselves, exactly the people who you would think didn't need defending. Even when it was a large band with a whole train of chariots, the omens might sometimes call for additional troops to protect the other troops. Sometimes these procedures were followed up with double checking. They would do a second one to determine the validity of the first. Female diviners assisted in some stages of these procedures, and there are other personnel than the diviners, such as people called Lubel Taretin, which means literally like the lord of the message or the owner of the message. Diviners marched together with columns of troops and acted as brigadier generals in charge of mercenary bands, sometimes multiple bands. And sometimes these groups could number in the thousands of men. The frequency and intensity of these divinations was so pronounced at the end of the dynasty, so woven into every step of administrative procedure, that they even became the basis for stylized historical omens copied as late as 1,000 years after. Now, divinations were still often called sacrifices, and sometimes, though rarely, said to be for specific gods. How different was this really from what temple religion did? Obviously, I'm arguing substantially that their object was knowledge rather than the ritual reciprocity of sacrifice, that the object of that knowledge was about places and people outside of cities rather than maintaining cosmological balance, that the ritualists are entirely different, that the procedures were tied to other administrative actions which depended on their results. I'd argue that the fact that they occasionally mention the same gods as the city temples, and that they use the same word, siskur, sacrifice, are relatively superficial overlaps in the Venn diagram, where the non-overlapping features are much more substantial. This really is a different epistemological mode of justifying knowledge, which also gives priority to a completely different set of ontological objects. Sacrifice. I'm going to come to 4 somewhat incomplete points in conclusion. And the first one is very basic, that associations between humans and landscapes, or other than human natural entities, not even spirits, as Graham has wisely cautioned, need not emerge towards holism or any other positive relationships, but can include, I think ideally must include, the negotiations of highly problematic or even openly hostile relationships. The second point is that, I'm sorry, I'll go back to that and just say that that's sort of a gut reaction, a little bit of a pushback against the sacred nature idea, which kind of, I think we may assume that all of this emerges towards a sense of balance always, and when what I see is more conflictual. The second point is that divination was neutral with respect to political and local identity for a culture which was much more in flux at this time. It wasn't rooted in just one city. Fortress divination used a number of abbreviations for interest and shorthand for technical terms. I'm sorry, I'm not explaining this very well. Fortress divination used a number of abbreviations which were simply easier to spell and represent than the much more technical versions which show up in urban texts. For instance, just as one quick example, urban texts used a term utsurtu, which meant like a plan, literally a design drawn in the liver, but it also references the idea of a divine plan, a sort of cosmic design, that kind of thing. Well, this term in fortress texts, they were just called u sheep, just the letter u. So this is the kind of abbreviation that kind of made this practice simplified for barracks life. A little more generally, the fact that divination didn't happen in specific cities or specific temples, but in everyday military contexts all over the place, suggests that it didn't privilege any particular gods, theologies, priestly staffs, or cities. Divination was a common culture practice suited to this multi-ethnic sprawl of mercenaries living all over the place, who themselves came from places as diverse as Aleppo, Katna, or Elam, places very far away from each other. Altogether, divination accommodated this very polyglot, non-Babylonian crowd much more satisfactorily than the claims of any specifically located city temple cult would have. That would have explicitly prioritized very local claims over others. The third conclusion is that these differences reflect entirely new affinities of a state authority to changing political environments. Within a few generations, Babylonian state society had reorganized its access to other than human powers as the terms of sovereignty changed, really shifted underfoot in a landscape which was rural, militarized, non-Babylonian, and downright dangerous and hostile. It may be that these transformations arrive to us through texts which present them as top-down impositions of state ideologies, but I think it really was the other way around, that the changes in the epistemologies of sovereignty drove the development of these divinatory practices from bottom-up conditions of everyday state management, an endless loop of keeping track of enemies, keeping mercenaries loyal, and trying back to control the countryside. I have just, I think, 2 minutes. So even if this was all a set of official practices directed by state agents, it came to be so through discursive conditions of non-state actors calling the shots out there in the landscape, so that the king was really being transformed into the biggest warlord of a rural domain. Fourth and last, the overlap of sheep sacrifice specifically as the material ground for both temple sacrifice in cities and divinations in rural fortresses provided the discursive natura which underlay both forms. That is, if we have difficulty to understand precisely the difference between a sheep used as a sacrifice and a sheep used as it for a divination, both called sacrifices, it's precisely because this was the ambiguous ground on which diverse meanings could be built. The ability for a sheep to stand both as a meal for a god or a plan for a diviner shows that it was the materiality of the practice which allowed different and ambivalent non-binary meanings to be produced at will. All of this may make more sense to me as a theory problem instead of just a history problem when I'm enlightened by your points and questions, which I welcome. So I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Seth. Very, very intriguing, more food for thought. And I'm sure that you will have a lot of questions very soon, just because we have a strict schedule, very rich one. So I would like to welcome now our second speaker, Valentino Nizzo. So where are you? Hi, hello.
Here I am.
Hello, nice to meet you. Wonderful. So Valentino Nizzo, just briefly, is a director of the Etruscan Museum of Villa Giulia, Rome, and he will present us a paper titled "The Dawn of the Potnia: Reception and Reinterpretation of an Archetypal Model of Protohistoric Peninsular Italy." Please, the stage is yours. Let me know if you have troubles with the video, with the share.
I'm trying to share. Did you see?
Yes, absolutely. Great.
Okay, thank you. I would like to start my presentation showing you, don't start my presentation, eccolo, showing you Nunzia Laura Saldalamacchia. She is an archaeologist specialized in the study of protohistoric jewels. She also became a jewelry designer inspired by the jewels she had studied, now available in the Villa Giulia bookshop. In this photo, you can see her wearing an iconographic motif characteristic of the early Iron Age Campanian metallotechnics. In the motif, we can recognize a hybrid anthropomorphic figure, which had already attracted my attention when I was studied some bronze pendants from the Sapienza University Museum. My colleague Nunzia wished to transform these objects into a pair of earrings. The object was originally used as a pendant or applied as a decorative element on rare parade fibulae or on particularly valuable metal vases, such as the incense burner that you can see here. In my opinion, this image allows us to reflect on a very important conceptual aspect, which is the purpose of this presentation. Images have their own history and evolution. There may be discrepancies between the original idea of who made and constructed images and the interpretation of the images themselves. This difference may depend on the support or context with which they are associated. The meaning of some images can therefore be enriched and changed over time, also depending on the viewer's perspective or the circumstances of the observation. The images can therefore have eternal life and can be manipulated, also distorting the original meaning. Context has a profound influence on how an image is processed and received. The perception of its meaning can change according to the social life of the objects to which the image is associated and their various possible destinations. This includes their final arrival in the contemporary world, as shown by the jewel worn by our colleague, who is perfectly aware of its original meaning and has also chosen it to highlight their common origins in Campania. This presentation brings to light work developed in 2007, starting from an absolutely inorganic nucleus of objects collected by the famous tenor Ivan Gorga between the end of the 9th and the beginning of the 20th century. Unfortunately, there was no information about the place and context of discovery. Their cultural, artistic, and chronological framework could therefore only be carried out on a stylistic basis. However, thanks to comparisons with similar finds, it was possible to say that their area of origin covered almost of all the Italian peninsula, and their chronology ranged from the 8th to the 6th century BC. Despite their apparent heterogeneity, there were several aspects that united these finds, both from a functional and iconographic point of view. In fact, in all cases, they were bronze pendants characterized by the presence of more or less evident ornithomorphic elements, in some cases associated with plastic or engraved solar symbols. This composition recreated the famous archetypal motif documented since ancient times both in Mediterranean and in Central Europe of the so-called solar boat, pulled by more or less stylized water birds in the characteristic composition known in German as Vogelsonnenbarke. In the most recent specimens, the solar and the ornithomorphic elements were both hybridized in a stylized anthropomorphic figure devoid of sexual connotations. The analysis of these comparisons allow me to bring to light the existing parallels between the different objects of my study. Moreover, I could trace their development over time thanks to the observation of the way in which the astral aspect of the most ancient specimens had assumed over time an anthropomorphic connotation. As others before me have already tried to hypothesize, Behind this last iconography, we can perhaps recognize the image of the Potnia Theron, the mistress of the animals, as defined by Homer with reference to Artemis. In this regard, some important observations were developed by the Danish scholar Damgaard Andersen without taking into account the amount of evidence considered here, especially the oldest one. The iconography of the Potnia is well documented, with different variations since the Neolithic and much more during the Bronze Age in the Near East and in the Aegean area. The goddess was depicted in the act of dominating wild animals of various kinds. A less common male version depicted a man dominating horses, the so-called Despotes Hippon. These iconographic models began to spread in the indigenous context of peninsular Italy only from the mid-8th century and during the Orientalizing period. The documentation seems to show how in several cases the iconography of the Potnia and perhaps also that of the Despotes overlapped and, over time, replaced that of the solar boat of Central European origin, supplanting the original solar motif with an anthropomorphic subject. The hybridization between the two motifs and their difficult combination emerge clearly from the way the ornithomorphic elements are treated. In some cases, they are combined with the ornithomorphic figure, creating a hybrid between the solar boat and the image of the goddess who affirm her dominion over nature by taking birds by the neck. In other cases, the result is achieved by combining the silhouette of the arms with that of the birds, giving life to a hybrid figure whose interpretation is still controversial today. The final result suggests that in some cases the craftsmen do not fully understand the original meaning of these representations. The level of stylization and the distance from the prototype suggest that this awareness has been lost over time. Nowadays, amulets or symbolic objects might no longer faithfully reproduce the iconographic model that inspired them in the past. In my opinion, objects like this can be a fundamental key to understanding the dynamics of contact between the indigenous world and Eastern and Greek immigrants in the crossroads of Western history during the second half of the 8th century. These influences contributed to the development of new forms of social organization, such as cities, and to an unavoidable acceleration of identity processes, culminating in an even more complete definition of the ethnic identities of the protohistoric population of our peninsula. This process was certainly also characterized by important forms of resistance and negotiation of cultural models and therefore also of images coming from outside. The first to deal systematically with these issues was Georg Kossak around 1950 in a pioneering study which, among his many merits, has that of having shifted attention from the Near East to Central Europe. His approach shows in some cases the limits of comparativism. However, Kossak's work has been able to bring attention to a class of objects with high symbolic values, but which are not always easy to interpret due to their high schematization. In fact, in the majority of cases, these are pendants or, in any case, ornaments created to be worn. The lack of information on the context of origin, on the circumstances of the discovery, and therefore also on the way in which they were used, has undoubtedly made their interpretation more difficult. Their positioning must have influenced both their shape and their iconography. This visibility could also take on sacral values. Objects like this could in fact take on amuletic functions in an apotropaic or auspicious key. The sun as a symbol of vitality, generation, and regeneration is a clear clue to this. In the same way, the solar boat alludes to the daily transition of the sun, on which the alternation between day and night and the cycle of the season depends, which are a guarantee of fertility and, above all, of continuity for societies that depended totally on agriculture for their survival. Finally, it is easy to understand the connection between the fertility of the fields and that of women and men. It explains why pendants, even very voluminous ones like these, were important ornaments, especially on important occasions such as weddings or funerals. Their ostentation could favor their imitation and circulation, also facilitating their more or less free reinterpretation under the influence of external models. We believe that this could have happened due to the contamination between the indigenous motive of the solar boat and the alien motive of the mistress of animals, even in its masculine variant. This contamination was undoubtedly the subject of a slow process of symbolic negotiation, which over time has seen the most powerful anthropomorphized allogenic model affirm itself even in the indigenous world. It was therefore not a question of a passive reception imposed from outside, but a choice that involved a more or less slow process of assimilation of the alien iconography component adapted to the expressive language of indigenous peoples. In the 1970s, thanks to the research of the Croatian archaeologist Sime Batovic, the belief spread that some of the bronzes I show you were inspired by similar Balkan specimens. His theses were not easy to deny, also due to the absence of established chronological context, on the basis of which it was possible to define an exact diachronic map of the diffusion of these products. Other difficulties were posed by the simplicity of the representations, whose similarity could not even depend on direct influences or process of imitation. The way of reproducing the solar disk or the human figure in abstract and stylized form are necessarily similar in many cultures and in every age. For these reasons, it is not always legitimate to establish direct comparisons between realities that may have independently developed similar products. The simplicity of the forms means that some of the bronzes in question, for some apparent analogies with those widespread in the Balkan areas, have been interpreted as symbolic axes. That of the symbolic axis is a subject with a long tradition, widely spread in the Aegean world since the Bronze Age, but which, in my opinion, has little to do with the pendants we are talking about. Another recurrent interpretative error derives from the identification as mourning women of some anthropomorphic pendants found in funerary context in the Daino-Lucan area. However, this possibility should be excluded because the funerary connotation of the context has little to do with the daily use of objects that had to be regularly worn before ending up in a tomb. This is clearly demonstrated by the traces of deterioration produced by the rubbing with the body and by the discovery of some pendants in sanctuaries, in which they most likely had to be consecrated together with the clothes on which they were worn. There is no possible funerary characterization of their iconography, although some scholars had hypothesized it by exchanging the ornithomorphic arms facing upwards in the well-known attitude of weeping woman. Another important aspect is linked to the possibility that objects like these, given their symbolic meaning, could be transmitted together with parade dresses or, for example, wedding dresses, even for several generations before ending their journey in a tomb. Their biography could therefore have been much longer than what is usually imagined. This aspect can affect their dating, and only future discoveries will probably allow us to solve the many aspects that are still problematic today. Let's analyze some of the classes of objects I've mentioned so far. What you are seeing are some characteristic breastplates of the Piceno area. Their diffusions affects both sides of the Adriatic with variants of different complexity that I have tried to summarize in this slide. The solar boat motif is easily recognizable, although in some specimens it's taken to the highest level of abstraction. The disk of the sun could also be represented with a decoration engraved on the slab with motifs in circles, crosses, or swastikas. Engraved motifs and chains could recall the sun's rays, which could be also emphasized by means of glass pass beds. The original golden color of bronze made the overall effect even more evocative. The set of chains and pendants also had to produce acoustic effects once worn, perhaps able to evoke the rustle of the sea waves on which the solar boat ideally made its daily journey. The interpretation of these pendants as breastplates is not always correct. When the circumstances of the discovery became known, we realized that they could be suspended not only on the chest, but above all in the belly area. This is a significant aspect if we consider that a few well-known great goods all refer to dead females. The plaque could therefore coincide with the genital area, and this circumstance should not have been accidental. The coincidence with the female genitals can therefore allude to the generative power of the woman, who also through the use of ornaments like these could be placed under the protection of the sun, guarantor of the fertility of the earth and of man. To increase their visual impact, these pendants could be divided into several plates joined by chains. The size and length could thus also vary in a very significant way, as evidenced by these specimens, often worn together with amber jewels. As is well known, amber is also associated with the sun. Its mythical origins led back to the tears of the Electrides, the sisters of Phaethon, son of the sun, who died near the Po Delta after stealing their father's chariot. The Po was a fundamental communication and trade route towards Central Europe, and the emphasis placed in the Adriatic area on amber objects and iconographic and mythical motifs connected to the sun does not seem casual. If we consider that some of these plaques dates back at least to the first half of the 8th century, it is evident that we are dealing with an iconographic model of high antiquity and relevance that precedes the diffusion of anthropomorphic motifs related to the solar boat. The so-called Daunolucan pendants are very similar to the previous one. Their chronology is concentrated between the 7th and 6th centuries, and this could also justify their higher stylization. Context data offer valuable insight into how they were worn. The plate in the shape of a solar boat was suspended from a belt consisting of the intertwining of several chains, and also in this case, the plate coincided with the female genital area. The composition as a whole iconographically and functionally recalls the Picenian examples. It therefore seems legitimate to hypothesize some reciprocal influence. The consecration of a pendant in the Greek sanctuary of Hera Lacinia in Capo Colonna suggests the perception of its relevance by whoever consecrated the object as an offering. This might be a votive gift consecrated to Hera by a woman of Daunolucan origin who offered the goddess an object that was particularly dear to her, probably together with the garments, perhaps the wedding ones, with which she was worn. A Daunian holla most likely reproduced one of these pendants. A double plat pendant with a circular element, probably alluding to the sun, appears on a typical stele of the Daunia, and in this case, the functional and conceptual similarity with the Piceno specimens is evident. With the current slide, we return to Campania. You will see some of the most characteristic pendants found in the Villanovan and indigenous context of the region, together with some extraordinary parad fibulae, which were sometimes associated in some of the richest tombs of the necropolis of Capua. They have helped us understand the association of pendants with fibulae of this type. We are in the second half of the 8th century, and on the fibula in the center, you can see together with a bull a series of ornithomorphic protomes and the motive of the man in the center of a solar boat that we first saw in the jewels of Nuncia. The anthropomorphic component appears for the first time in the specimens, and, as we mentioned, it seems to take the place of the solar disk. On the other hand, in the pendants, we can recognize, albeit in a stylized form, some of the elements that we have observed in the Piceno and Dauno Lucana specimens. The motive of the solar boat is barely recognizable in the horizontal plate. The grid elements that join the ring to the plate seem, in fact, to recall the rays of the sun, forming an original composition in which the ornithomorphic component survives in the small apophysis or in pendants suspended from the triangular slab. In other specimens, stylized anthropomorphic pendants appear instead of birds. The provenance of specimens with such particular iconographies from the Villanovan centers of Capua and Suessula, or from the indigenous one of Cuma, may have been influenced by early contacts with the Greek and Eastern world following the first Hellenic settlement of Pithecusae. Note how the human figure placed in the center of the solar boat on parad fibulae or applied to other supports such as the sensor lead that we saw at the beginning is devoid of sexual connotation and in a characteristic attitude with one hand raised to the head and the other to the pelvis area. My idea is that with such specimens, we are faced with the first elaboration of an iconographic syncretism between the motive of the solar boat and that of the Lord Mistress of the Animals. The elaboration is at the beginning, and the indigenous peoples have not yet fully understood the Hellenic imaginary, with its corollary of myths and anthropomorphic divinities. However, the lack of context does not allow us to further investigate this hypothesis or to clarify the possible links and influences with the other cultural spheres mentioned above. As already mentioned, the last pendants I will focus on, the solar boat is incorporated in the stylization of the anthropomorphic figure. The result is that the suspension ring can be identified with both a head and the solar disk, and the arms take on the typical sinuosity of ornithomorphic protomes. What appears as a body is a simple, elongated trapezium without legs and feet, to the point, as mentioned above, that he has been interpreted by some as miniaturized axe. In the specimen of the Gorga collection that I had studied, the presence underneath the bird's arms of two pendants with the shape of crouching monkey strengthened my belief that behind these subjects we must recognize the stylized iconography of the Potnia syncretistically combined with the simplified motive of the solar boat. The area of diffusion of these specimens is slightly wider than the Anganello type pendants and goes from southern Campania to Daunia and Lucania. Despite the lack of context, the chronology goes from the end of the 7th to the entire 6th century. Two fragmentary specimens were found in the Calabrian sanctuary of Athena in Francavilla Marittima and in that of Dodona in Epirus, a circumstance that confirms their symbolic importance. The last pendants that I will show you are similar to the previous one, but the area of diffusion goes from northern Campania to the Alpine area. Also in this case, some specimens were found in Greek sanctuaries, in Delphi and Olympia, where they probably arrived as war prey since unlike those listed above, these pendants were not worn, but were suspended in pairs at the edge of shields or to the handles of bronze vases. The chronology is older and goes from the mid-8th to the mid-7th with even more recent variants. A recent study has collected a good number of specimens, has organized the typology of the main variants, and edited a series of updated maps of their distributions. The two most common variants differ in the shape of the base, double spiral or trapezoid. As in the southern examples mentioned, the element that most characterizes them is the symbiosis between the motif of the solar boat and the anthropomorphic one. Their recurrence in high-ranking great goods shows that they were not common objects. The association with products of high metallurgical craftsmanship has undoubtedly facilitated their geographical spread also through the commercial circuit of the aristocratic gift. Their suspension to the shields is in associated pairs along the flat side presumably indicates their sound function, perhaps associated with the practice of warrior dances, which involved the use of shields as percussion instruments in rituals such as those practiced by the Sali priests with their beloved shields. The conformation of the arms as ornithomorphic or equine protomes seems to confirm also in this case their inspiration from the motive of the Potnia or that of the Despotes. The possessions of work chariots and horses is one of the most predominant status symbols among the warriors of the second half of the 8th century, as showed by the recurrence of elements of the equine harness and the spread of the horse lord motif also on ceramics. With this quick analysis, I have tried to show you a series of cultural processes that move in parallel and almost simultaneously in several distinct topographical areas, and which are united by the assimilation of the anthropomorphic component to solar motifs of an older tradition. In areas such as the Piceno one, the pendants maintain their original astral connotation, simplifying it until it is no longer understandable. At the same time, in the Orientalizing period and during the 7th century, the assimilation of the mythical and iconographic models of the Greeks is becoming more and more complete, favored by the filter of hybrid figures such as Potnia Theron and the Despotes Hippon, whose generic iconographic connotation contributed, no doubt, to facilitate this transition. As early as the mid-7th century, the remains of the oldest indigenous iconographic repertoire now appear almost completely contaminated by the contribution of external models. Their original meaning was perhaps no longer understandable even to those who were objects of this type every day during the 6th century BC. At that time, Apollo, Poseidon, Athena, Artemis, and the other gods of Olympus settled at the expense of those archetypal mythical figures such as Potnia Theron and the Despotes Hippon, who have now also become the legacy of a more or less remote religious and forgotten feeling. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Valentino, for this very fascinating lecture. Very, very intriguing and very beautiful as well. So since we don't have much time, of course, and we're already a bit on a delay, I would like to open up just a short Q&A session, like 5, maximum 10 minutes before the first break. Okay, so I read the few of the questions that I see already written in the chat. For Seth, how exactly did the liver reveal direction? What exactly were the diviners observing? What do we know how the livers were read? I'm not sure that this is a question that you can cover in a few minutes, but
well, I can cover it by answering it just very cursorily, and maybe I can fold in the second question as well, because it's also more or less a kind of technical.
The division in 5 parts of the liver, yes.
People who know this stuff better than I do could tell you exactly how it's done. There is or came to be a canonical, regular way of reading the liver, the division of the zones that you would go around in a regular order. This is derived from reports we have, which show us, yes, this part is normal, this part is normal, that part has a weird deficiency, so on and so forth. It was the illustration I showed you was just a picture of a liver with some numbers on it. It was in fact divided into many more than 5 zones. I think we have something like 15 canonical zones of the liver, all of which have these evocative names, you know, the city gate, the palace, the throne, the fortress, the strength, the path. They have all of these very evocative names. Sometimes there are even other entrails which were checked: the kidney, the lungs, the heart, and so forth. And the last thing I could say is that yes, the zones of the liver did and could have particular kinds of associations. They were not exclusively so, but we do know that there are some strong associations. For instance, the Denanu, which is called the strength, is associated with secrets. The part called the throne, the seat of the throne, is unsurprisingly related to sort of the well-being of the dynasty of the king. Others are technical. So Niels Hiesel has shown, for instance, that the part we call the finger, the ubanum, the measurement of the finger actually tells you how long the divination will be good for, up to 30 days, I think. You know, a short finger shows you that whatever the reading is, it's only good for a couple of days. If the finger is long, a few weeks, something like that. So.
Okay, thank you. We might get back to these questions also in the longer discussion later. A question from Erica to Valentino. Are the birds, wait, now it's come up another one. Are the birds always cranes? What did cranes symbolize?
Probably there is the possibility that are cranes, but it's impossible to define the exact bird classes, species. They are probably migrant birds. So this is important because we found these ornaments also on the first ceramics that was imported by the Greece in Italy in the same period, from the first quarter of the 8th century. We have motif with bird, and probably we must recognize in this the connection with the migration from the east to the west, the same way of the first Greek and Eastern that go in the far west to find new occasion for her and opportunity.
Wonderful, very, very interesting. I see another question or comment by Graham. Amusingly, perhaps, I once joined in a vegetarian version of Etruscan liver divination, so it's kind of blending the two, in which after some ritual we cut a red cabbage in half. The cabbage seems to have similar parts and paths to livers. Not sure if the gods were amused or helpful really. What would you say? Have you ever tried? I don't know. Are there attestations or such? We can't hear you, Seth.
Since it's a comment only, I'll refer you to your British colleague, Selina Wisdom, who's at University of Leicester, who I think is the only person in the world these days who is actually doing responsible experimental liver divination. I think she does one once a year for her class with all the proper techniques. That's an excellent question about the audience for divination that I see there. Was it performative?
Okay, wonderful.
I would say that's we don't know. We are already at pains to understand exactly why diviners even wrote down a report of the things that they found. One of the great mysteries is that there's this enormous technical apparatus of literally 10,000 omens, something like this. And yet when you actually come to have an omen read for you as an individual, the answer is never more complicated than yes, no, or inconclusive. So there's this very strange investment in sort of constructing a universe of signs and significations, but when it channels down to actually producing answers, it's yes or no. And why that needs to be written down at all is something of a mystery, especially given how brief the valid term of the results actually is. Quick answer, I'm going to say, is no, that it wasn't particularly, we don't have any reason to think that there was any audience for the performance. In fact, if anything, there is an emphasis on secrecy. The message of the oracle is called a secret. The identity of the diviner can be a secret. There's a lot of chatter about secrecy in here, all of which, again, begs the question of why you would write anything down at all if it's actually secret. So, but I think, and this is the last thing I'll say about it, is that I think the whole practice of divination, quite apart from the texts, which have come to be kind of representative of the craft iconically, is somewhat misleading. That really the purpose was to create spaces, if you will, where information of certain kinds could be discussed and shared, particularly with the king, related to military security, which has a lot more to do with military intelligence, if you will, than with, kind of ritual performativity. It's closer to the CIA than going to mass or something like that.
Okay, great, Seth. Thank you for all these questions. I think we'll go for a short break, let's say 10 minutes break. Well, I know I'm really sorry that we're a bit on a delay, but we wish to keep the discussion ongoing. So yeah, let's meet, let's say at 4:25 Italian time, Central European time. So let's see you in a bit. Leave everything turn on, I mean, mute and video switch off, but don't leave our platform. See you soon. Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. Are you here? Hi. I just read a message from Mari. Please, Mari, come here. She asked if it is possible, if you can make a really last-minute switch in the program. So, David.
I present now. Sorry, I have a baby sleeping, and if I could present when she's sleeping, that would just make life easier. But if that, I also can present with her awake. It's just there might be sound effects.
David, it's entirely up to you. I mean,
I agree. So we can exchange, no problem.
Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Okay, so now it's the turn of Mari. Please, Mari, from Duke University. She will be telling us about sacred nature in the Bible, or animism in the Bible, with a lecture titled "Falling Short: What Failures to Fulfill Obligations Say About the Responsibilities of Other Than Human Creatures in the Hebrew Bible." Please, Mari.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out. Oh, there we are.
Can you?
On my screen share. There we go.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
There it is.
And you all see me having a hard time finding where the actual presentation is.
Okay.
Okay.
Seems good.
Well, I also need my notes. Okay, this is a little more finicky than I had hoped. Okay, we're going to do without the presentation till the end because it doesn't really matter. And then at the end, when I have actual information on it, I will share it with you so I can read my notes. Okay. So, well, I've already told you about the baby. If she wakes up, I'll just run away, get her, and come back and continue like nothing has happened. The other sort of notice is, as I started to work on this presentation, I realized I needed more context. So I've changed the title to being responsible. And the center of the presentation is still on what happens when other than human creatures are not able to fulfill their responsibilities, but there's beginning and end, just to put it in context. Okay, so, and this is all about the Hebrew Bible, just so that's clear. Okay, on being responsible. To whom does God give roles and responsibilities in the Hebrew Bible, and what does it mean to receive a responsibility? And what happens if we ask these questions through the lens of animism? In this paper, I will look at obligation, obedience, and righteousness as creation-wide responsibilities that require all creatures to participate. I will look at texts that treat other than human creatures as active partners in upholding divine edicts, rather than as the background to or tools of human relationships with God. As such, an implicit argument of this paper is that Graham Harvey's description of animists as people who recognize that the world is full of persons, only some of whom are human, and that life is always lived in relationship with others, is an accurate description of ancient Israelites. I won't return to that description a lot in the paper, but it's the sort of background notion. Part of what animism provides methodologically is a rationale for treating other than human beings as characters in the story. The examples I will give in this paper may feel like a grab bag. If thought of through modernist concepts of agency and morality, it is not clear that they belong together. What I hope to accomplish by putting them side by side is to point the way to a reframing of how we understand creaturely responsibility. At the heart of this is the idea that creaturely responsibility is first and foremost about sustaining and perpetuating life. This means that concepts like will and guilt are not going to get us very far. Instead, my focus will be on communal health and the various ways in which all creatures contribute to that health, with community here being understood as encompassing all creatures, plant, animal, human, mineral, and so on. The paper is divided into three main sections. First, I will look at texts in which other than human creatures receive responsibilities from God. Second, I will look at texts in which they are either unable or unwilling to uphold these responsibilities. Finally, I will consider texts in which other than human creatures contribute to and make possible righteousness. Part 1, receiving responsibilities. It is clear from texts such as Genesis 1 and Leviticus 18 to 26 that other than human creatures in the Hebrew Bible have divinely appointed responsibilities. In Genesis 1, the sun and the moon are charged with making a distinction between light and dark, being signs for the seasons, giving light to the earth, and ruling the day and the night. That is in Genesis 1, 14 to 18. Of these, 2 tasks resemble human responsibilities, to make a distinction and to rule. But the text does not distinguish between what we might think of as personal functions and things that the sun and the moon do just by being the sun and the moon. In Leviticus, the land is charged with the responsibility of keeping Sabbath. We learn of this responsibility indirectly through edicts that charge Israel with the responsibility to support and not hinder the land's Sabbath. When you enter the land which I am giving you, the land is to rest, a Sabbath to the Lord. Leviticus 25:2. If the land can't keep Sabbath because Israel obstructs it, the land will send its people into exile. Then the land will enjoy its Sabbaths all the days it lies desolate, and you are in the land of your enemies. Then the land will pay off its Sabbaths. All the days it lies desolate, it will rest. The rest it did not rest during your Sabbaths when you rested on it. Leviticus 26:34 to 35. The land's responsibility to observe Sabbath is not a roundabout way of speaking of human Sabbaths. If humans get in the way of the land's Sabbaths, the land must find a way to observe it anyway by ejecting its humans. I begin with these examples of responsibility because they are the ones that sound the most incongruent to modern Western ears. As such, they are helpful for getting us into the frame of mind that all creatures have responsibilities, not just humans. The most common responsibility in the Hebrew Bible, however, is one that is shared by the earth, the seas, plants, animals, and humans. That is, to reproduce and make life. The language differs depending on the creature in question. When speaking of plants, the language of seeds and fruit dominates. Plants sowing seeds and fruit making fruit according to its kind, which has its seed in it, Genesis 1:11. When speaking to the sea and the earth, the focus is not on perpetuating one's own species, but bringing forth animals, birds, and fish. Let the water swarm with living swarming things, Genesis 1:20. For fish, birds, and humans, we have the familiar command to be fruitful and multiply. That's in Genesis 1:22 and 28. The overall point in each example is the same. All creatures have a responsibility to perpetuate life. When we now move into texts in which other than human nature fails in some way at its responsibility, this is the responsibility that is usually in view. Part 2, failing to fulfill responsibilities. Texts that describe other than human creatures receiving edicts from God are scarce, but texts in which other than human creatures either can't or won't fulfill their obligations are more numerous. This is primarily because many texts in the Hebrew Bible are many texts in the Hebrew Bible treat human failures, and the failures of human and other than human creatures are intimately related. The inability or unwillingness of any creature to be or do what they are tasked with affects all other creatures. When humans fail to fulfill their obligations to God, they often make it impossible for other creatures to do so as well. I will look at 3 ways in which writers of the Bible describe other than human creatures' failure to fulfill obligation: sickness, mourning, and sin. So let's start with sickness. One way biblical authors describe creatures who cannot fulfill their obligations is as being ill. An example is the healing of the waters found in 2 Kings 2:19 to 22. The people of the city spoke to Elijah. "Notice, the setting of the city is good, as my Lord can see, but the waters are bad, and the land is bereaved." He said, "Get me a new vessel and put salt in it." He went out to the spring of the water, and he threw salt in it. He said, "Thus says the Lord, I have healed these waters. No longer will death and bereavement come from them." There are several things to note. First, the waters themselves are described as bad, ra'im, which can denote anything from something of low quality to something evil. Second, the waters spread sickness. Death and bereavement come from them. Bereavement here does not refer to human bereavement only. The land as a whole is bereaved. Third, the process of fixing the waters is described as healing. It is the same word used for the healing of human wounds, be it through prophetic intercession or by a physician. It is possible to argue that the words for sickness and healing have different meanings when applied to humans and to non-humans. For example, in Ezekiel 47, we have another example of waters healed. The river that comes out from the temple heals the stagnant waters. It is clear that healing here is in contrast with salt water, because the marshes and swamps are not healed, but left for salt. However, in both the Kings and Ezekiel texts, the purpose of healing is life for the wider community, both the swarming things that live in water and the plants and animals that depend on water. In Kings, the land will no longer be bereaved. In Ezekiel, the river brings life. Wherever the river goes, all living things that swarm will live, and fish will be very plentiful. For these waters will go there, and they will be healed and live wherever the river goes. Ezekiel 47:9. In other words, sick waters make land sick, and healed waters heals the whole community. The central concern of each text is not the distinction between salt and fresh water, but how the communal ability to sustain and pass on life requires a sick creature, water, to regain health and to become again a home for other life. Deuteronomy 29:21 also uses the language of illness to speak of land. The next generation will see the wounds of this land and the diseases with which the Lord has made the land sick. The context is the swearing of the covenant between God and Israel in Deuteronomy. If Israel abandons the covenant, God will make the land sick, so sick it cannot support plants. Brimstone and salt burning all its soil, nothing sowed and nothing sprouting, no vegetation going up in it. Deuteronomy 29:22. It is another clear example of failure to sustain life, but unlike the example from Kings, the reason for the illness is human action, described metaphorically as a poisonous plant, a root-fruiting poison and wormwood. Deuteronomy 29:18. Like in Leviticus, human disobedience here frustrates the life of the land. Grief. The language of grief is concentrated in the prophets, and unlike sickness, the grief of other than human nature is almost always a result of human activity interfering in their life. A representative example is Jeremiah 12:11. They have turned it into desolation. It mourns to me desolate. The whole earth is made desolate, but no one takes it to heart. Like texts that describe sickness, mourning is associated with a difficulty in maintaining plant, animal, and human life. For example, Hosea 4:3 catalogs the devastation that has come upon the land because of human bloodshed. Therefore the earth mourns, and all its inhabitants languish, with the animals of the field, the birds of the heavens, and the fish of the sea, they die. These texts do not suggest that the earth, the fish, the birds, or the animals have done anything wrong, but they do suggest that they are frustrated in their proper living. A desolate land is a kind of negative image of Genesis 1, a creational undoing. What is made to sprout, seed, teem, fly, creep, eat, and procreate is absent in desolate landscapes. The synonym for shamama, desolation, illustrates this. The most common parallel expressions are ones that describe the absence of inhabitants, like me'en yoshev, without inhabitants, or me'en adam. The absence is not just human inhabitants, but animals and plants as well, though a few wild animals like jackals are associated with the term. To modern readers, an empty land does not necessarily sound like a frustrated land. But in the Hebrew Bible, the ideal land is one teeming with inhabitants. For example, Isaiah 36:12 likens inhabitants to the land's children. To be devastated is sometimes necessary, as we see in Leviticus 26, in which the land spews out its inhabitants in order to pay back its missed Sabbaths. But as we have already seen, this desolation, like the other prophetic examples of land in mourning, is caused by human failure to uphold the covenant. Desolation as such is never desirable. It is sometimes necessary when different obligations come into conflict with each other. In the case of Leviticus, human refusal to observe Sabbath makes the land unable to observe Sabbath. In order to address this, the land throws out its inhabitant, with the result that the land is in a less than ideal state of supporting life. The obligation to keep Sabbath and the obligation to sustain life are here in conflict, because part of the life the land sustains, human life, is disrupting the communal ability to meet covenant obligations. Sin and abomination. In the cases of sickness and mourning, failure to fulfill obligations are either blamed on no one or on humans. It is rare that the language of sin is applied to other than human creatures. The exception is Ezekiel. While Ezekiel certainly speaks of human sin, the oracles are often concerned with the land itself. For example, in Ezekiel 14, God explains to Ezekiel what God does to a land that sins. Mortal, when a land sins against me by acting unfaithfully, I stretch out my hand against it, and I break from it the staff of bread, and I send into it famine, and I cut from it human and animal. That's Ezekiel 14:12. These consequences are similar to those seen in Jeremiah and Isaiah, though they are described as devastation and mourning. It is tempting to think that land here in Ezekiel is just a stand-in for humans, but there are many other examples in the book. For example, in Isaiah 6, the prophet prophesies directly to the land. And here's a long quote. Ezekiel does not summarize well. The word of the Lord came to me, saying, Mortal, set your face against the mountains of Israel and prophesy against them. You are to say, Mountains of Israel, hear the word of the Lord God. Thus says the Lord God, to the mountains and to the hills and to the ravines and to the valleys. Look, I am bringing against you a sword, and I will destroy your high places. Your altars will be desolate, and your incense altars will be broken, and I will make your slain fall before your idols. And I will set the corpses of the children of Israel before your idols, and I will scatter your bones round about your altars. In all your dwelling places, cities will be waste, and the high places desolate, so that your altars will be waste and desolate, your idols broken and destroyed, your incense altars hewn, and your work wiped out. The slain will fall in your midst, and you will know that I am the Lord. It's Ezekiel 6:1-7. Ezekiel 7 tells us why God is punishing the land. It contains abominations. Thus says the Lord God to the soil of Israel, now the end is upon you, and I will let loose my anger against you, and I will judge you according to your ways, and I will repay you for your abominations. Outside of Ezekiel, the books most interested in abominations are Leviticus and Deuteronomy. In these books, certain human actions are considered abominations and can make the land unclean. In Jeremiah 2:7, human actions transform the land itself into an abomination. But Ezekiel is unique in accusing the land of abominable practices. Note that Ezekiel isn't interpreting a different set of conditions than Jeremiah and Isaiah. Drought, absence of humans and animals, failure of crops, and war. These are the same events that Isaiah and Jeremiah interpret as grief. But Ezekiel frames them in a different light by holding the land itself responsible in a way that Isaiah and Jeremiah do not. So taking these together, sickness, mourning, and sin, suggest a view of responsibility that goes beyond guilt. You can be responsible for something without necessarily being guilty when it doesn't happen, and yet you suffer the consequences. Failure to uphold life has more or less the same consequences, whether it results from disobedience, the obstruction of other creatures, or unexplained illness. Having been given divine responsibilities, other than human creatures are held accountable when they fail to uphold them, regardless of the reason. Particularly interesting is Ezekiel's view that the land can sin. It suggests a broad similarity between human moral and religious responsibilities and those of other than human creatures. Other creatures have the capability of being disobedient. What we might think of as instinct, the biblical authors think of more as obedient action, and when those instincts are frustrated, as disobedience, or at least as hindered obedience. Part 3, righteousness. If land can sin, can it also be described as righteous? Two prophetic texts suggest that yes, the other than human world provides or contributes to righteousness. The first is Isaiah 45:8. Drip, O heavens, from above, and let the clouds stream righteousness. Let the earth open so that salvation may bear fruit. And let it make righteousness sprout together. I, the Lord, have created it. Joel also associates rain and righteousness. Do not be afraid, O soil, be glad and rejoice. For the Lord has done great things. Do not be afraid, O animals of the field, for the pastures of the wilderness will be green. For the trees will carry its fruit, and the fig and the vine will give their strength. O children of Zion, rejoice and be glad in the Lord your God, for he has given you the early rain for righteousness, and he has brought down on you rain, early rain and later rain, like before. That's Joel 2, 21 to 23. A final text, Zechariah 8:12, assigns to other than human nature the ability to cultivate shalom, well-being or peace. For there will be a sowing of well-being. The vine will give its fruit, and the earth will give its produce, and the heavens will give its due. And I will cause the remnant of this people to inherit all these things. Just as drought and aridity is associated with sickness, mourning, and sin, so righteousness and peace are associated with rain and with abundant growth. This makes sense on an intuitive level. Fruitful landscapes sound nicer than those devastated by drought, but there is more to these associations than that. We've seen that human action can impede the ability of other creatures to fulfill their obligations. But here we see that humans are dependent on other creatures to return to righteousness. If one of the most important responsibilities of all creatures is to sustain and perpetuate life, that makes sense. Humans cannot, by independent action, make it rain or make fruit trees produce fruit. Human disobedience can lead to desolate landscapes, but human obedience is not enough to restore the land to health. The most important creature in terms of restoring the land to health is water, which enables other creatures, plant, animals, and humans to flourish. The biblical authors do not describe the return of life to land passively as the automatic or mechanical result of rain, but as the active participation of a whole host of creatures, beginning with rain, but extending to fruit trees and vines, clouds, soil, animals, and humans. Conclusion. Divine responsibilities are understood in a relational fashion in the Hebrew Bible, and responsibility is never individual. Creatures need each other in order to fulfill obligations and are also held responsible for each other's failures. This is in large part because obligations are not tests of obedience. They are not random rules. Divine obligations set out what is required of each creature in order for the whole community to thrive. I've used Genesis 1 as a reference point several times. There is nothing special about Genesis 1. I don't mean to say that the writers of other biblical texts necessarily had Genesis 1 in mind. But Genesis 1 is one of the few examples of a kind of explanation of biblical worldviews, a text in which the ideal life of each creature is described. It provides a reason to put together texts that we might otherwise think of as belonging to different conceptual spheres. Returning to the quote from Graham Harvey, with which I started, that animists are people who recognize that the world is full of persons, only some of whom are human, and that life is always lived in relationship with others. What can we now say? First, divine edicts, whether they are aimed at human or other than human creatures, do not simply fall into the category of morality or spirituality. Obligation in the Hebrew Bible is practical, ecological, and relational. That is not to say that it is not also moral and spiritual, but even the moral and spiritual dimensions are always communal and relational. No one enacts obedience or disobedience on their own, nor is anyone shielded from the actions of others. The point is not some abstract internal state of holiness, but the whole community's ability to flourish and live well together. Second, biblical authors make no clear categorical separation between human responsibilities and those of other than human creatures. We do not see something akin to the modern distinction between instinct and agency. The Hebrew Bible focuses primarily on human actions because it is a human book, but all creatures are considered responsible for their own life and their contribution to the life of the world. When the sun rises and sets each day, biblical authors see obedience, see Psalm 19. When a fruit tree does not bear fruit, biblical authors assume the fruit tree is either sick, kept from faithfulness by the disobedience of others, or itself disobedient. Third, when biblical authors try to evaluate whether Israel is fulfilling its obligations, they often look to the state of the land. Their modes of evaluation, however, are not simplistic. It is a bit of a truism in biblical studies that the land of Israel serves as a thermometer of Israel's faithfulness to their covenant with the Lord, much like the painting in Dorian Gray. This assigns a subordinate and mechanical role to the land, rather than seeing the land and humans as mutually dependent on each other. What looking at obedience, disobedience, and righteousness of other than human creatures suggest is that this relationship is neither automatic nor one way. It would be equally true to say that the state of human society can reflect the faithfulness of the land, This is what Ezekiel suggests, as well as the texts that associate reign and righteousness. The land is neither a mechanical nor random indicator of human conduct. Instead, human soils, plants, and animals all depend on each other to fulfill covenant obligations. If one creature can't or won't, all others suffer. The Hebrew Bible spends more time on human obligations, again, because it is a human book, but human obligations are not more or less important than those of other creatures. And here I'm going to quickly go back to sharing just to show what we are working with. Sorry, screen sharing is apparently a thing I struggle with. There we go. Okay. So, nope, that's not what I wanted. Sorry, everyone. Okay, so this is the kind of traditional understanding of the relationship between humans and land, or what humans do is mirrored in the land in a rather one-way and mechanical way. So the land is a mirror that's kind of somewhat randomly chosen, probably because they did a lot of farming. And instead, the situation is something like this. And I've made the arrows all over the place because I don't want to suggest that they go between specific creatures or anything like that. It is more this like meshwork of everything affecting everything. And these are just a bunch of plants and landscape features and animals that are particularly important in the Hebrew Bible. But all of these have responsibilities that they can do well or not well, and how they do them affects everyone else. And it's everything from doves to clouds to stars. So quite a range of relationships. And none of this is to naturalize the cause and effect of how righteousness and communal health relate to each other. The relationship between conduct and health of the land community is not described in an analogous ways to how we think today of, for example, anthropogenic origins of climate change. God is often an active participant in managing the relationships in ways that can sound problematic. For example, in Ezekiel, God actively punishes the land. The land doesn't just happen to get devastated. There is a deep sense of interdependence in the Hebrew Bible, but that interdependence does not always match how modern day ecology thinks of interdependence. There's not enough time today to do a thorough comparison with how the Bible describes human obligation, but I think that would be useful. In particular, looking at the legal corpus in the Torah through this lens might provide new insights into the role of law in the Bible. I am from a Protestant tradition, and we struggle with law, to put it mildly. Attention to the role of other than human creatures may help us get past the association of law with guilt and will, and obedience as an eternal state. It might instead help us read law as instructions in communal living, ways of marking and shaping how humans interact with each other, but also with other creatures, farm animals, gazelles, soil, fruit trees and cedars, clouds and rivers. If responsibility is not primarily about individual goodness, law looks very different. But that discussion is for another time. That's the end.
Okay, thank you, Mari. Very interesting. I am sure there will be a lot of questions to you later on. Now, please, Davide, show up. We're here for you.
Oh, thank you.
So Davide Nadali, professor of La Sapienza University of Rome, will be talking to us about the Assyrian tree, the tree of life, king tree, or tree king. Please, Davide.
Thank you very much. Now the magic questions. I hope you can see and hear me. So the association between the representations of the Assyrian tree in ancient iconography, from the palace wall reliefs up to the smallest depiction on cylinder seals or royal garments, and the issue of sacred nature, seems indeed the perfect examples as to investigate the relationship and dialogue between the two realms, nature on one side and human world, being, however, part of the natural world on the other, particularly for what precisely concerns the sphere of ancient religion and religion practices in ancient Assyrian society. Going through the vast literature devoted to the analysis of the iconography of the Assyrian tree, this has been usually called and labeled as plant of life, stylized tree, palm tree, tree of abundance, fantastic tree, or more commonly, sacred tree. Two questions. Is the sacred tree really a tree? Is it sacred? Following the interpretation of Porter, the iconography of the tree, although conventional and stylized, aims at reproducing the palm date tree, and it is at the center of a fertilization process. That is, the two winged figures at each side are precisely acting the gesture of pollination, suggesting and favoring abundance. The tree, or the tree-like object, replicates the palm. Therefore, the link with nature is certain, and the undergoing action can be somewhat linked to a sacred rite or even a sacralization of ritual recurrent actions that are repeated not only chronologically at each time to ensure palms to be fruitful, but also spatially. This symmetrical figurative arrangement occurs several times along the walls of the Assyrian palaces, in particular the northwest palace of Ashurnasirpal II at Nimrud, and is carved and incised on any objects. Other interpretations, starting from the definition of tree, thus keeping the link with the natural world, argued for the religious meaning, as, for example, suggested by Parpola in his article in 1993, when he postulates that the tree of life stands for an esoteric reference to the Assyrian pantheon and religion. The Assyrian sacred tree, as it is most commonly referred to, does acquire with different nuances a religious meaning, specifically when it is seen as a central element of the symmetrical composition with the two human or bird-headed winged figures at each side. It must, however, be pointed out that the tree also occurs alone, as for example in the corners of the rooms, or flanked by the double image of the Assyrian king. Can we still infer a religious meaning and role? Even in this last case, as it is very clear in the two emphatic representations inside the throne room of Ashurnasirpal II at Nimrud, the religious quality of the composition centered around the tree can still be kept, although, as I will later explain, and as it has already been inferred by recent reevaluations of the scene, the ontological significance is merged with the cosmological dimension of the Assyrian kingship. Speaking of a clear distinction between sacred and like is of course misleading, since the establishment of the Assyrian kingship has a divine origin. That is, the Assyrian king, although not being himself a god, he is not divinized, he is the vice-regent of the god Asur. As to come back to the previous couple of questions, is the sacred tree really a tree? No, at least not as we would intend. Is it sacred? Yes, but further considerations and clarifications need to be added. In my analysis of the Assyrian tree, I'm questioning not so much the sacrality of the object according to the uses and context, but its nature, more precisely, its being part of the natural world that by definition encompasses all plants, animals, and things that are already existing in the universe and are not made by human beings. In this respect, I'm rather focusing on the nature, the essence and quality of the Assyrian tree. The relationship between human beings and plants is reconfigured upon the visual graphic elaboration of the tree-like object that in fact combines different parts and works as an alluding metaphor of the Assyrian kingship and kingship without being a direct naturalistic representation. I think that the image of the Assyrian tree is much more complex than what has been so far thought. While on the level of the meaning, the complexity has been taken for granted and for that reason, several interpretations has been proposed. On the level of the iconography, the image of the tree has been oversimplified, as it has been seen as a unique block, characterized by a high degree of stylization in the shape as to reproduce the natural feature of the palm and the net branches or even the network of water streams for irrigation of the plant, thus strengthening the concept of abundance on one hand and fertilization on the other. The theory of the tree as an artificial object, a pole and a cult object, is indeed not new. On the contrary, it goes back to the 20s of the last century. Henry Frankfurt also followed this possibility in analyzing the horsebud material. The theory was rejected by Paley, and also Russell denies the artificiality of the tree, as it was in fact, on the contrary, more recently argued by Albenda. In the end, in an article in 2006 and a book in 2007, Mariana Giovino convincingly argued for the Assyrian tree being, and I quote, an accurate representation of a cult object, end of the quote. What does the Assyrian tree represent? What does it stand for? Which is the meaning the Assyrians ascribed to it? These questions have already been asked in the past, and whether one wishes to follow one of the solutions already proposed, one could easily arrive to a conclusion and find satisfactory answers. I think, however, the debate on the Assyrian tree is far to be concluded, even accepting, as I'm doing, the theory of the cult object or artificiality of the tree. Starting from this last assumption, my analysis focuses on the contextualized representations of the Assyrian tree during the time of Ashurnasirpal II, specifically within the Northwest Palace at Nimrud. I think it is not casual that such an image largely occurs in the figurative program of this king, who definitely marks a turning point in the Assyrian history with the first significant transfer of the Assyrian capital from the sacred traditional Assur to the renewed Kalhu and the real establishment of a new political path. In the Northwest Palace, the image of the tree occurs on several rooms and as the central element of different scenes. The king can be represented twice or even 4 times, or the king is on the contrary absent. The tree is therefore part of a composition, or it stands alone, physically marking a spot. Before entering the analysis of the meaning of the tree based on the context, which room of the palace, and the content, the presence or absence of other figures, the evaluation of the nature, the essence and quality of the representation of the Assyrian tree is required. If the Assyrian tree is not a tree, why do we still call it in that way? By convention? Or can we in fact recognize the similarity of some natural physical aspect of a plant? Properly speaking, the Assyrian tree has not any similar physicalities with any real tree. It has been observed that Assyrian artists, when they wanted to depict a tree, they were perfectly able in reproducing and shaping the natural external physicalities, while the tree is explicitly artificial with the addition of palmettes, the only real natural element, on a vertical pole made of assembled parts. I would even not say it is a stylized tree, since the final result of the image is beyond any kind of stylization, being in fact a completely artificial creation of a tree-like scene. How did the Assyrians see the tree? If we start from the idea that the image of the tree on the bas-reliefs and on any other types of artifacts where it is engraved and carved upon actually represent a physical artificial tree cult object, Assyrians were aware of the non-natural physicality and at the same time of the completely different interiority. The tree-like object does not share anything with human beings, nor with the natural world, since it is precisely the result of a man-made composition. In the Assyrian written sources, there is no evidence of how the Assyrians called and referred to this object or its visual representations. It has been proposed that the term Gi Urigallu in ritual and magic texts could in fact be associated with the tree. In this respect, it is in fact interesting the use of the determinative Gi, reed, as to clearly point to the employ of a natural material to fabricate the standard like cult object. I therefore wonder whether the determinative gish, wood, directly carved on the central pole, indeed, it is the only written sign that covers the image of the tree on the slab 23 of the throne room in the Northwest Palace, precisely aims at identifying the material of the stick rather than pointing to designate the object as a tree. However, this last hypothesis cannot be ruled out. Nevertheless, although we do not have any evidence of how the Assyrians called and identified this type of representation, we still use the generic term tree for convenience. This, in fact, depends on the doubtless reference to natural plant elements in the representation, such as the palmette-shaped ending, but it must be stressed that Assyrians were able and very skillful in representing real environment and landscape. Indeed, the characterization of the environment and landscape is so accurate sometimes that it is possible to distinguish species and for this to identify the precise region depicted. The sharp difference between real trees and the abstract concept of the sacred tree is even more evident when we observe the so-called Assyrian hieroglyphs of Sargon II and Esarhaddon. The latter is even more striking because of the presence of the palmette-shaped tree and the palm. Despite the presumed material evidence from Khorsabad, the Assyrian tree is only known in images. How can these images be interpreted within the relational and referential system of the Assyrian communication? What does this image convey? What does it manifestly represent within the dialogue between beings? I think that the contextual analysis of the Assyrian tree in the Northwest Palace is the perfect example to answer or to set the framework of these questions. If it is true that the palace wall reliefs of Ashurnasirpal II largely document the iconography of the tree, it is also true that the images, identical at the level of the shape, are very different at the level of the context and the interplay they activate with the beholders. As to face the analysis of the nature of the Assyrian tree, I proceed through two directions that in the end intersect. An ontological analysis of the nature of the cult object based on the modes of the identification and modes of relation following the schema of Philippe Descola. A phenomenological analysis, that is, how the image of the Assyrian tree means and acts in the figurative program within the Assyrian palace, and more in general in the communication of the Assyrian kingship. Starting from the ontological analysis and the definition given by Philippe Descola in how humans and any either human or non-human entity face and dialogue, the Assyrian tree could in fact enter into the combination of analogism. Analogism assumes that the entity humans face has both interiority and physicality distinct from theirs. From this perspective, the world is made of diverse entities in a multiplicity of shapes and materials, and this difference is precisely the reason for establishing and recomposing the interconnections and relationships in a dense and complex network of correspondences and analogies. In this respect, when the Assyrian king in the flesh or his image encountered the Assyrian tree, the relationship that is established and that we can figure out is through a network of analogies. Indeed, in the Assyrian palace of Ashurnasirpal II, the network of analogies and correspondences is doubled, since not only the king faces the image of the tree, but also his royal pictures dialogue with the representation of the tree. This emphatic situation is much more evident in the throne room of the Northwest Palace, in particular when observing the set of slabs from 12 to 14 on the southern wall of the room. Just on the opposite side of the larger monumental central entrance, where the connections between royal figures, the tree, and the king in the flesh are multiplied. In the realm of images, both the tree and the king represent the tree-like object and the body of the Assyrian king. In this respect, we are not properly dealing with the scholar idea of analogism, since both the image of the tree and the image of the king are intended to precisely depict the tree object and the king person. The former is the result of adaptation and reinvention of natural elements, the latter is the natural person. The mechanism of analogism in the conception of the scholar can, on the contrary, be identified in the association and interplay between the king and the tree, where the latter does not exactly portray the king, physicalities are completely dissimilar, but entertains with the king a set of affinities. The image of the tree, in the way it is composed, it does relate to different entities, and in the relation with the human figures of the king, it acts either independently or, in fact, in combination and co-action with the king. The tree has an agency, that it is not derived from an animistic perspective, nor because it shares the same interiorities of human beings, but because by analogy it has a political, religious, and social role that is in fact the same the Assyrian king fulfills. What can we say about the tree from a pure iconographical point of view? As said, the definition of the object as tree beyond the additional attributions such as sacred, magic, etc., collocates the depiction within the sphere of natural world. But this is, if not a mistake, an oversimplification. I herewith presented the structuration of the image of the tree to single out each component and to advance a new hypothesis of composition. It is true that the visual rendering of tree in the visual documents of the time of Ashurnasirpal II is quite systematically identical, following a pattern. Because of this irregularity and the changes that occurred in later representation of the 8th and 7th century BC, it is possible, in fact, not only to confirm that the tree is an artificial object made of assembled parts, but to suggest that the whole image should indeed be separate at least into two parts. The central trunk, really the tree, and the interlocking branches with palmettes or pomegranates at the extremities. In particular, this tangle of branches has been usually interpreted as attached to the central core or even as emanating from the trunk, being in fact the visualization of the prosperity, abundance, and fertility coming from or pointing to the central trunk. Already Porada and more recently De La Casa suggested that these wavy and spiral lines might in fact be schematic representation of water courses that guarantee the life of the tree itself and blooming of the extremities. On the contrary, I suggested that the flowering wavy lines are not surrounding nor are emanated by the central trunk, but they are a background, the depiction of a sort of tapestry that was placed behind the movable tree-like object. In considering the representation behind the tree as a wall hanging, one can in fact remind how Assyrians represent the threshold of doorways as to imitate carpets. This arched net tree, according to the definition given by Dominique Collon, was the scenography of the tree, and in fact it emphasizes the central vertical element that in fact seems to be totally incorporated, actually becoming all one and the same. The vegetal background seems to work as a kind of niche that encloses the tree and indeed interacts with the tree, giving the illusory idea that the streams or branches are actually growing from the central tree. As argued by Mariana Giovino, and I quote, the presence of such decorated niches in different contexts may indicate the demarcation of space within which or in front of which objects, statues, or people once stood. End of the quote. The use of artificial two-dimensional niches demarcated by either a drapery or decorative elements, such as the glazed brick panel of Shalmaneser III and the wall painting in Residence Key at Khorsabad, are further confirmed by the existence of real three-dimensional niches, as, for example, it can be seen in the throne room of Assurnasipal II by slab 23 and 13, that furthermore exactly depict the Assyrian tree framed by two Assyrian kings and two winged human-headed geniuses. The composition of the Assyrian tree in Assurnasipal throne room has been widely investigated by several scholars. In this context, taking into consideration the artificial nature of the representation and the scholastic concept of analogism, I would like to propose a multi-layered reading of this image that is based on metaphorical implications. As to prove how metaphor is, I think, intrinsically related and present in the Assyrian tree combination of slabs 23 and 13, the entire design and the meaning that is implied and fostered defined a chimerical representation in a chimerical space. What does being chimerical imply and mean? Basically, the concept of perception and projection, transitivity of images, reflectivity of context, and image act are involved on the morphological, logic, and aesthetic point of view. As clearly pointed out by Carlo Severi, the chimerical representation principally is a representation of relations that are expressed by the image. In this respect, this assumption brings back to the scholastic analogism that is based on establishing and recomposing the interconnection and relationships between entities. How are these relation and conceptual principles represented in the image tree in the throne room? Looking at slab 13, the entire set of slabs from 12 to 14 should be indeed taken into account, while considerations have been usually focused on and concerned only slab 13. Enlarging the perspective explains the chimerical nature of the projective effect. The image depicts in the niche and at a smaller scale the Assyrian tree at the center, the winged disk above, two Assyrian kings at each side, framed by the human-headed genies that point the purifier to them, and at a larger scale, the image of Assurnasipal II at each side, carrying a long stick in the right hand, followed by a eunuch who looks after the weapon, bow and quiver, of the king, who on this occasion does not hold the position of warrior. Several metal implications and referential relations can be singled out in this apparently simple and fixed image. If we take for granted that the royal figures at each side of the tree are Adad-nirari II and Tukulti-Ninurta II, Assurnasipal grandfather and father respectively, we are thus properly dealing with an image that was purposely created to be set in a niche of the southern wall of the room, as to interrupt the narrative unrolling of royal hunts and battles. On the lateral slabs 12 and 14, Assurnasipal II is exactly looking at the niche in a kind of contemplation of the image. To this, we should add and include the person of Assurnasipal II in the flesh, who is occasionally present in the throne room, who physically looks at himself watching the composition in the niche, and eventually who is sitting on the throne exactly in front of the niche, covering the tree with his body. This superimposition and interplay between the tree, the king in the flesh, and in general the whole image is repeated on the eastern side where the fixed throne base is placed. The group of slab 12-14 shows the mechanism and interplay of perception and projection as the typical result of chimerical representations. Assurnasipal II, being the one who promoted the work, is the beholder who enters the image, actually becoming protagonist and interacting with the central image in the niche. The tree acts as a liminal element that describes a vertical axis with the god in the winged disk on one hand and a projected axis outwards on the other. This external link is, as seen on the eastern side of the room, even more explicit when the king in the flesh is sitting in the throne with a total overlapping, not only physical, but also conceptual, with the tree behind. The representation of relations and interconnections between the tree and the king, with the metaphorical interplay and interchange of the king tree and the tree king, is particularly evident in the composition, the gestures, and the actions played by the human and bird-headed winged genus. On slides 13 and 23, their action is directed to the king, who points the finger in the typical posture of prayer, not just because of the tree, but because of the presence of the winged disc on the top. On the contrary, when the king is absent, the purifying action of genius is directed to the tree that metaphorically represents and stands for the Assyrian king. This exchange is again evident when the body of the king seated on the throne covers the tree. Conversely, we can say that the tree is seated on the throne when the person of the king is not physically present. Indeed, the tree, more than the Assyrian king in person, represents and stands for the Assyrian kingship. Actually, the same can be said for the king, whose image in the Assyrian sources is defined by the wording Salam Sharutia, literally image of my kingship, showing how the representation of the Assyrian king is not a mimetic and faithful portrait of the person, but the representation, by analogy and relations, of the qualities that are required and necessary to become, in obedience of the will of the god Ashur, the king of Assyria. In the inner rooms of the Northwest Palace, particularly the Eastern Suite, the representation of the Assyrian tree is preponderant, and the relations with the person of the king seems less evident and direct compared to the situation in the throne room. Indeed, the augmented presence of the tree points out the special link with kingship and the progressive substitution of the body of the king in room G and H with the tree in room I and L that only have trees flanked by winged genies. This repeated representation of the tree have been interpreted as a reference to previous Assyrian kings who are enlisted in the Assyrian king list. Whether they really are named dead kings, it is interesting to point out the emphasis of this kind of symbolic image in the Northwest Palace, and I wonder whether this might depend on the choice of Ashurnasirpal II of moving and founding the new capital from the sacred city of Assur, seat of the temple of the national god and place of rest of the deceased Assyrian kings. It seems as if Ashurnasirpal II wanted to receive protection and endorsement to establish the new palace that had to be not only his personal residence, but the new seat of the Assyrian kingship. In conclusion, if we want to come back to the issue of the nature of the Assyrian tree is complex. Its entity is made of different parts, and its diverse physicalities and interiorities, as compared to the Assyrian king, open dialogic interconnections that are synthesized by the nature of the Assyrian kingship and result in the definition of the cosmology of the Assyrian political and cultural system and organization. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Davide. So now I think that we have around maybe 5 minutes or maybe a bit more for a short another Q&A session, even though we're a bit extending the program, but I hope it's fine for everybody. So I see already some questions popping up on the, wait, how many? Okay, a comment for Davide. I wonder, by Helison Thomason. I wonder if the stylized trees and palmette, especially that are often also depicted in the Neo-Syrian garment edges between Jenny and animals, thus working with your idea that this could be tapestry, related niches chimerically performing in the physical space of palace and playing with the two-dimensional axis of the walls. Can I sum up another question, or you want to reply to this? Let's start with this one.
Okay, the reply to Alison is, I think, simple. I totally agree with her. And I'm convinced that the point is that these images replicated, for example, on garments is just as already Irene Winter pointed out, a precise reference to the image in the palace. So I think that it works in this same way of replicating in a certain way this chimerical space that is actually directly carved on your own body, if not really the body, but it is the garments that you are carrying on. Thank you.
Okay, another question for you, Davide, by Joele. Zita. He asked, if I have understood correctly, it is not possible to reduce the so-called sacred tree to a precise tree species, right? In other words, this tree is not stylized version of the palm tree, and therefore the theory according to which the scene of the tree with Jenny reproduces the act of fertilization of the palm tree cannot be taken into account. It is instead an arboreal artifact, right? But it is composed by different plant parts. Is it possible to identify them? Also, we should have text that literally describe the formation of this tree, but I don't know any text. I can confirm. I imagine that this is a concretely a person object, to quote Carlo Severi, ritually established, and he asked about publications about it.
Yeah, so just to give a quick answer, I think that in fact the sacred tree is not a tree, it's an artificial object, and then so they just put together, as Joele says, arboreal or vegetal elements, just to give an idea that it replicates something belonging to the nature, if we wanted to keep the idea of this conference. So I agree, and I'm quite convinced that in fact it is a person object, in quoting in fact Carlos Severi, and unfortunately the only evidence of small parts that could be thought as elements of the tree are those found in the excavation of Khorsabad, but are in fact very few, and many scholars actually rejected this hypothesis. So the paper is not yet published, and since it is for the first time here presented for the conference, so I think, Joelle, you have to wait for the publication of the proceedings, but I can share with you my reading version of the paper. So.
Okay, another one also about the tree, the sacred tree. I have it's by Chiara Pappalardo. Is there any size difference between realistic images of trees and the artificial tree-like object of the sacred tree composition, and between their proportion to the king and Jeans? Sorry for my own pronunciation. I have the feeling that the wild nature, as it is portrayed, for example, in hunting scenes, has a more dominant position, at least size-wise. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, there is in fact a difference in size, and even the size is different, for example, in the inner rooms of the palace. So you have in fact a representation of the trees, for example, I would say is a life-size tree, for example, in the corners of the rooms, while you have a smaller representation in half register of the slabs. So I think that in fact you are right, and it should be taken into consideration even the dimension, also when this image is replicated, for example, in cylinder seals or garments or jewels or whatever. So in fact, the composition in general, I suspect that it is a kind of aim in replicating something that it is artificial. So that was usually placed in niches. And then when they are representing in a larger size, they have, I think, a different meaning, but in fact, this happens in the inner rooms of the palace. So I think that even the context is important to make the difference.
Okay, can I just add a thing about the trees, because I also reading about trees in ancient Mesopotamia from more the philological, let's say, from the textual evidence. And I'm sorry that Laura Feld is not here today, I think. And yeah, what intrigues me is about, I mean, I agree about the Neo-Syrian tree, because there was really basically no written evidence about it. So I'm also pretty convinced about the person-object interpretation of these three. But on the other side, I find intriguing the fact that also other trees, I mean, for example, the palm itself and tamarisk, even the cedar, are considered as sacred and are addressed as pure, as sacred, and they enter more predominantly in the ritual text, at least. So where that was my interpretation about, you know, this merging between what the scholar categories, you know, between animism and analogism, they're also something that I hope we will discuss more about it also later. I mean, there are categories, but again, as Seth pointed out, you know, they can be merged and they coexist, and also the borders between them are much more, you know, complex. So yeah.
I agree, and in fact, I think that we can use, of course, category, but not just to fix our then interpretation. So I think that we should arrive at a certain point to call things. So if we wanted to call sacred tree, okay, we decide that it is a sacred tree, but we have to be clear in setting the definition in the beginning, and even in using the categories without, building up cages. So they, as you said, threshold, borders, and very flexible. This is what I tried to explain.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I mean, the focus, I mean, one of the goals of this workshop is to actually try to push these borders and discuss about the flexibility of this, the fluidity of these categories. So a question for Mari before going into another short break. From Seth, do you understand your discussion to proceed from the notes ground about obligations and permissions? Maybe I missed a part. No, I don't know much about that myself, but I wonder if that plays into what you discuss. Sorry, deontic. Sorry, the deontic grounds. Thank you, Seth.
Seth, would you elaborate a little on that? I mean, I guess the short answer is no, that is not where I've started because it's unfamiliar to me. But if you could explain, I can probably say yes or no.
Unfortunately, I am not the person to explain it either, but it's a way of looking at, maybe Graham is even better to explain this than I am, a way of discussing behaviors which, social behaviors according to what is required, what is obligated, what is permitted, and so forth. But yeah, it just sounded.
Yeah, so yeah. I think sort of like sort of yes and no. So I think in many ways, it's true to say that like all, like sort of everything is law bound in the Hebrew Bible. And we have the written law for humans because humans do language. And we have evidence of the kind of awareness that there is law for other beings, but we don't have direct access to that. And Psalm 19 that I briefly referenced holds up the sun as a model of righteousness, but also speaks about our inability to like exactly know what's going on, basically. But that's not to say that sort of ideas of like dogma are particular, and I don't mean that religiously, but in the sense that like this doesn't require a sense that everything has interiority in the sense of like acquiescing to rules. So like there's lots of language about, yeah, they're like, sorry, I'm looking at, it's like roles and rules. Like I think roles is like too comfortable, but it's somewhere between those two. So like trees are often described as giving fruit, and you know, you can sort of say like, well, that doesn't mean anything. but I think there just isn't this clear distinction between roles and rules, is maybe the way to put it. That people and things do things in similar ways, in ways that's really difficult to capture in modern English.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
That is also for you, because I catching two pigeons with one stone. It's just like it's one subject that we haven't been tackled on, and I think it's probably time to also for Davide more the responsibilities. It seems like there is, and also it's based on Seth's paper, and I think in Mesopotamia and probably in the Levant too, there is a will for controlling nature. And we haven't been talking about this because we have been looking the perspective, the perspective is perspective. So the idea of other than human perspective, but what about the human's perspective? And what about control over nature? Because it's primary in an agro-pastoral economy. So also, it refers also to Seth's paper and also Davide. We just think, yes, I understand the Escola, I understand Viveiros de Castro, I understand everything, but sometimes probably there is a desire from the humans to control the other than humans.
And I think a lot of this sort of a lot of the texts about how nature will respond if you don't follow the rules is about that desire. So like in ancient Israel, there was a drought about every 7 years. So that is often, it's also, it's like war corridor, like they're always in conflict. So adding drought and war meant that like food supply was very precarious. And so the comment about this isn't always about sort of balance and niceness. Part of like why there is so much attention to how human obligation affects other creatures is so that people won't starve. Like they want to Grim is asking about impressing the baby. Yeah, she's not quite ready. It's not like a sort of, they're not looking for like nice feelings about nature. They're looking to stay alive. And I think that's really important to keep in mind.
I think that it is even more complex than controlling, Nicola. It's not just a control, I think. For example, not only in the Assyrians, but when the king is compared himself with the lion, it's not just a controlling, the desire to be like the nature. So the king defeated the lion because the lion is his alter ego, is not the enemy. So I think that it is even more complex than a control. It's a kind of course, control, but a kind of assimilation, we can even say.
Well, it sounds great. I would like to add something more, but I think that it's time for the break.
There is a finger from Seth and there is a comment from Joelle.
Yeah, but remember that we're very much already late.
I'll give away my conclusions for Seth's comment and reading Joelle.
Okay.
30 seconds. I'll say two things. Number one, for Mari, I think there are some very similar ways in which roles and rules are discussed in some of the chthonic, like Sumerian literature about the foundation and organization of the world. So worth looking at. And to Davide to say, another thing that I think is happening is the suggestion by authority that it has the power to make symbolic associations which other people are too powerless to understand, and that sort of making a rational sense of it all is beyond their power. That's something that's exclusive to political authority, which of course works very well with sacred trees, which we still don't understand. Yeah.
Okay, Joelle, I read it. In my opinion, this role which takes place through the production of artifacts is intended to transform the forces of this wilderness, non-human human beings, and make them functional to the well-being of the community. This is what Joelle says as a note. I think that, I'm sorry, I know that there are more questions arising, but what about having a break and then letting the other two lecturers and then having a big discussions about these themes?
Yeah, we should put some good music for the baby so that they will be amused.
So sounds good. Let's meet in 10 minutes from now. Great. Sorry for interrupt, but I know that there will be more food for thought also in the next presentations. So great. See you soon.
Okay.
10 minutes break. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Are you back here?
Yes.
Thank you. Grazie, Davide. I don't see our next speakers. I think I need to wait for them.
Federico is here, Squarcini, and I think Tim in so too.
Okay, so please.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, nice to see you finally. And
Hello.
I think that now is the time for Federico Squarcini paper. If Federico Squarcini can please show up, so then we can move on.
Yeah, here I am.
Here you are. Great. Welcome. So please, this is your time.
Would you mind to stop me when it's time to stop, so I don't have to be concerned?
Okay, sure.
I can't manage these many. I mean, frame of time and frame of space are difficult.
No problem. In 30 minutes, I will. You will see me. I mean, I will reopen the video. Yeah. So let me introduce you. Federico Squarcini is a professor at Ca' Foscari University of Venice, and he will present us a lecture titled "Hey Human Animal, What's Wrong with You? Suggestions from Sanskrit Sources Toward an Ecological and Natural History of Humanity's Perverted Relationship with Nature." Thank you. The stage is yours, please.
Let me try to share my screen.
Yes, tell me if you have problems. No, it's great.
That's it.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to switch the windows up here, which doesn't go to. So thank you very much for giving space to the talk on South Asia within the frame that we have been dealing with in the next 2 days. And I'll follow some similar problem that the speaker before me was opening up, which is the place of place. So the place of nature in the sense of a figure that we are used to look at and search for. So there would be a lot of similarity in that. The first part of the title is derived from cartoons, and it's like the way of humans are relating each other, looking at what they are doing good or wrong. So addressing differences within human animal is a very old way of mirroring perverted relations in that sense, double-faced relations. So I'll try to show you some arguments in favor of this long history and ecological history of our relation in the sense of a double meaning of relation. So the long history of humans, animals, and therefore their own images of nature, where they are for. Sorry, I have to switch back a second from the screen because it doesn't work. Okay, let me do that, which is better. Okay. Okay. So the long history of, as has been documented by human animals, this is the history of human animals written down by human animals. There is no any natural proof for the history we designed for us, but our understanding of our presence on the global sphere is a sort of conquering space and advancing in many directions that can be possibly to think about. And therefore we are so much anthropomorphic that there is nothing human which is alien to us. This is a famous paper by Jonathan Z. Smith that in 1996 was making the point of why humans are so much concerned of their own nature. So to be concerned about our own nature is a sort of measuring man. It's a very ancient history of dealing with ourselves in a double within the game of being double. And even the evolutionary history that we designed for us is a history of similarity and difference, which is a strange game, the two-faced genus that human animal history very often replicate. Look at the history of the sides of the head of the human animal, and the name we are used to give to the different size of ourselves in bracket. So we are Homo habilis at one point, and then Homo erectus, and then Homo sapiens, then Homo sapiens sapiens. So it's a sort of a placing a placeholder, which is human animal, which can be refilled again and again and again and again. So there is a continuity and a breaking down of the continuity by sides of something that is the same as before, but with some difference. So the metamorphic history in our own perception can be graduated in terms of time and space. So this is a very old way of looking to ourselves. So this two-faced genus, the human animal, is clearly ambivalent in the spatial sense of being ambivalent, being here and there at the same time. On the one hand, we are ravenous, aggressive, selfish, violent, belligerent, ruthless, cruel, fearsome, unreliable, genocidal, and on the other hand, sympathetic, generous, ready to sacrifice, altruistic, inclined to care, fraternal. So this is the human animal two-faced picture that we can derive from the many textual testimonies or even visual testimonies that we can deal with since thousands of years ago. But this double-faced, which make us wonder, and that there is something wrong within, there is something that is not in the proper place within the human animal. This is what the human animal think about himself and to his own history, produced within centuries a very complex discourse on the dark side of man, the dark side of the human animal. Therefore, the dark side of nature, because the human animal consider themselves also as a natural being. So that's why we have a multiplicity of metaphysical implication that can be derived from textual sources that make us wonder why we have a relationship with nature, but at the same time, nature in ourselves behave as the dark side of ourselves. So there is some shiny side and a dark side within human animal. And then therefore, these also double-faced, projected outside, create an environment that can be friend or that can be the enemy. That's why we have a large literature on the dark side of man and the dark side of nature, and then the dark side of the relationship of man with nature. That's why you have dark pedagogy and shiny pedagogy. And we can go on for ages about these. The last paper on your right side is the dark and deep underworld in the Veda, which is something that I'm going to talk about, which is also a way of saying that a textual Sanskrit text that can be derived at 1000 before the Common Era has a large portion devoted to exploring the darkness of darkness. So there is also a multiplicity of space within the space that is addressed as the dark side. So even within the dark side, there is darkness at different degree of intensity. So what I'm trying to make here is to make you feel that the two-faced Janus way of looking at man by human animal, it's something very weird in a sense. So that's why I'm using the what's wrong. What's wrong here? Why we replicate so much darkness and in darkness and light in light, and we play the game with metaphors in that sense, like George Lakoff was saying many years ago, and we still are wondering why he was making that title the way it is. So these dark, the two sides of man and the two sides of nature, because man is also nature and nature is also human by different, by the manipulation of human animal on nature, produce this kind of two-side literature history. On one side, we have classics from many different languages that talk about the violent origins of human and their own relationship with nature. And on the other side, we have a very kind and ready to be friend with animal and nature, and without killing them. So ritual killing, which is a systematic killing of other creatures and living beings, and on the other side, not killing animals even if you need them to eat in order to survive. So this two-faced animal produced, since classics, lots of books on violent ritual setting, and on the other side, to avoid killing in many different respects. This long natural history of perversion, let me say that, it goes up to Thomas Hobbes. For example, the famous picture of Thomas Hobbes' first edition of the Leviathan in 1651 is also depicting the dark side and the shiny side of the king, which is actually the body of the entire community that he is managing. So there is a darkness within the man that is ruling the other man in order to avoid that they kill each other. So even the guy that is responsible for keeping kids at the proper place, he has his own darkness within. So that's why you have the natural man and the political machine. So the relationship with states and citizens are also another dark side of human history in that sense. Images of Anarchy is a very good reading, the book that I have here presenting you. Images of Anarchy is also a very complex way of depicting, this is one of the many pictures that you can use, but that can be derived from the Bible and other episodes where father are going to kill their own son, but at one point, someone stop that kind of savage behavior. So the Leviathan and Thomas Hobbes are making us feel that up to 15th century, 16th century, the dilemma of the two-faced human darkness and human brilliances is still going on. The man is wolf to man. And this is a book on Gulag. So Thomas Hobbes was also expressing in a very synthetic way his own understanding of this perversion by saying in the Latin motto, protego ergo obligo, which is the king saying to his own subjects, I'm going to protect you, but in exchange, I need your obedience. So even here, the relationship within the master and the slave that later on Hegel readdressed in his own phenomenology this idea of being controlled and at the same time being protected is something that can be addressed to the relationship of king and citizens, but also to the relationship of the human animal with himself, herself. So this long history, when you look at the sources that I'm working with, which is a Sanskrit text, especially from legal and normative traditions in between 3rd century before the Common Era up to the 2nd century after the Common Era, I had to deal with many episodes of genocide, matricide, and massacres, and myth of massacres that has been promoted by king, or massacres that has been promoted by gods. So this recent book by Brian Collins is leading you within the epic narration of a divine king that at one point decided to extinguish entirely the human race because was not anymore saved from himself. So the human race entirely was so much corrupted that the divine nature of the God has to embody himself into a killing God to exterminate the entire humanity, because it was not can't be rescued anymore from his own corruption. I don't know if you are familiar with this 2020 book by Thomas Mohinian, famous for another very important and interesting book on spinal verticality of the human being. And here, even Thomas Mohinian is exploring the very strange and perverse idea that humans has about their own extinction. So here is X risk, to be at risk because we can destroy ourselves, and because we can imagine to be extinguished at one point, is also a very clear example of how the projection of darkness that we are used to project anywhere around us can make us wonder about what's going to happen within the next 3,000 years to the human race. That's why we are talking about Anthropocene as something that is specifically related to us in order to keep us at the proper place within the world history, in the sense of a natural world history development. This problem of being killed by ourselves is so ancient in Sanskrit text that we can address that from early testimonies, which is the Rig Veda, which is a corpus of a collection, as the Sanskrit title would say, Samhita, putting together of bards and poems gathered from many different layers, historical layers, but sort of canonized around the 8th century before the Common Era. So within those texts, we can read about the awareness of being a burden for the land and being a problem for the global sphere. Humans are aware that they are a problem for the nature that is around them. So this is a paper by a colleague of me from Genova. She explored with detail the pain that humans are giving to Mother Earth. So the awareness of being someone that can create problem to the environment around is that old at the Rig Veda level. Even if you read Lucrezio speaking about nature, he's also looked like very much concerned about what we can do in the bad sense, what we can do to nature in a way that nature has been defended, has to be defended from humans. That's why we have today dictionary of genocide, which is a very strange case of a species that, you know, is taking notes about what the worst things that can do, just to remember to themselves and teach through a dictionary that humans can do things like genocides. My own sources are very much related to this duality, in the sense that from the what scholars are used to call sacrifice, which is a term that doesn't make me happy at all, because it doesn't look like that there are sacrifice in my own sources, but just to make you feel that what we are talking about. This book by Brian Collins, again, is the idea that under the altar where you are celebrating gods, there is the head of a man that has been killed in order to ask to the god to be so kind towards humans to deliver to them a peaceful future. So in order to ask for a peaceful future to the gods, you have to kill someone and to be authorized to ask for peace. So even the ritualization of this perversion, let me say again, of this two-faced human animal, even the ritual are coded by this duality in many different respects. Even the other books that you have here, or the idea itself of a scapegoat, someone that has to be killed in order not to be killed. So the history of violence can be, libraries are available for those who are interested in the history of human violence towards other humans. I don't need to address that because it's so. Let me give you the two only example that I want to show you in the just to make my own. Here you have a synopsis of human animals homicidal vocation. So we are inclined not only to homicide but to omnicide. So we are a species that are very much happy by killing everything which is going around. So I'm taking the dark side seriously here, and just to make you feel that the concern that human animals has for their own being, very much inclined toward killing. It's a embedded within classical texts that are talking about the position of the human within the nature. This is the first one that can be traced back to the flood myth, which is, as you know, largely spread within Eurasian early textual testimonies. So the idea that at the beginning something very bad happened, like a huge flood, and someone came to save someone else through a boat, is a largely spread narratives. But the idea behind the flood myth is that you can rejuvenate human animals and the entire worldly beings by killing them in one shot. By drawing them, you can make them new. So think about Renaissance by Renaissance by death. And this is, I don't need to explore that. You can have, for example, I have here the version, the Qumran version of the Torah, which has different readings, and there are large portions devoted to the flood. And if you go at the commentary level of the text, you can see that the flood myth is crucial for these people to make justification on many things that are happening around the collective community of those times. But let me go to my example, which is more pertinent to what I'm doing. I'm going to read briefly now, the few minutes remained, the Purusha Sukta, which is a Sanskrit name for an hymn that address the why at one point humans transformed themselves in something different from what they were before. So the idea here of this Rigvedic passage is that scholarly the tradition is to make these texts called cosmogonic hymn, but there is no cosmogonic hymn here at all, because what this look like is that this is an arrangement of the environment in itself, nothing to do with cosmo in the sense of another place. This hymn is going to talk about the surrounding environment that this author have in mind. The idea here is doing pieces without cutting. So is to create differences without cutting the whole. So how you can manage to make the difference without breaking down continuity. And the text from this point of view, this is the Rig Veda 1090, the Purusha Sukta. Sukta means something that has been very well said. So Sukta is well said. And Purusha is a very ancient Indo-European name for male human. So the Purusha is the male human. And that's crucial in the sense of is the name for the shape of those who has to be like him. So it's a prototype of you if you want to join the family of human animal. And plurality is the beginning of the hymn. So the hymn look like, this is the English version, the Oxford version published 5 years ago by Joel Brereton and Stephanie Jamison, two Sanskrit scholars, these are the names. So they published the Rig Veda for the first time entirely translated in 3 volumes in English, based on the textual reconstruction that has been done within the 20th century by Sanskrit scholar. So this is the first entire translation of the Rig Veda based on philological reconstruction done within the 20th century. But the Sanskrit text is quite intriguing. It's only 16 stanzas and divided in 2. A first beginning, which is like describing the situation, and then a second portion, which is interrupted by a question. And the second portion is the outcome of the first portion. I can read you that more directly without making too much. So this is the beginning. The man has 1,000 heads, 1,000 eyes, and 1,000 feet. Having covered the earth on all sides, he extended 10 fingers breadth beyond. The man alone is this whole world. What has come into being and what is to be? Moreover, he is a master of immortality when he climbs beyond this world through food. So much is his greatness, but the man is more than this. 1/4 of him is all living beings. 3/4 are the immortal in the heaven. With his 3/4 the man went upward, but 1/4 of him came to be here again. From there is thrown out in different directions toward what eats and what does not eat. From him, Diviraj was born. From Diviraj, the man. Upon his birth, he reached beyond the herd, from behind and also from in front. When, with the man as the offering, the gods extended the sacrifice, spring was its melted butter, summer its firewood, autumn its offering. On the ritual grass, they consecrated that sacrifice, the man, born at the beginning. With him, the gods sacrificed also the sadhya and those who were seers. From that sacrifice, when it was offered in full, the clotted butter mixture was collected. It, the sacrifice, was made into the animals, those of the hare, and both those that belong to the wilderness and those that belong to the village. From this sacrifice, when it was offered in full, the verses and chant were born. Meters were born from it, the sacrificial formula from it that was born. From it, horses were born and water animals have teeth in both jaws. Cows were born from it. From it were born goats and sheep. When they apportioned the man, into how many parts did they arrange him? What was his mouth? What his two arms? What are said to be his two things, his 2 feet? This is the question that I was talking before. So the first portion of the text.
Sorry to intrude, but time is already approaching.
I'm going to finish these 2 lines if it's time too low, and it's over.
Okay.
So nice. The 11 was the question that I was telling you before. So the question 11 is like, what's happened here is a sort of a massacre of a man that has 1,000 heads at the beginning, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 feet. He has been kept and then killed on a fire. And from him, other men came out. So from killing, someone came out. And now the poets are asking, so what happened after the guy was killed and the sacrifice was over? Then what happened to what the output of that? And the output is a well-established and well-organized system of managing the situation and especially the relationship between man, animals, and nature. So the last 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 stanzas are describing the new order of things that come out from the killing of the original man, in bracket, from after he has been killed, all the other men came out. So that was to make you feel that when managing man, nature are described in stone or in painting, they go back to this kind of churning the latent context where humans are rearranging, reassembling by destroying and reconstructing the same species, like ingredients rearranged within the churning to give a new shape to the old body of human animals that has been corrupted. And this goes on for centuries, up to the point that you have a real picture by painters on manuscript that remember that there is a very urgent need to rearrange by remaking at the proper place these animals that are otherwise too much dangerous to themselves. So the relationship of controlling humans by telling humans that at the beginning they were controlled by someone else that create their own species and they have to follow the same rule is a sort of obsession that the history of textual sources commenting on these Rig Veda ancient hymns goes up to the 15th century, just to make you feel that there is an awareness of the need to keep the man within the shape that the original shape given to him was meant for, in order not to make him wander around and killing his own similar brothers and sisters. So deeper version that come out, that can be perceived by these texts, is make us urging us to think about why this dark side of the human animal now is taking the shape of a strong concern to take care of nature. That is like the contemporary idea that we are urged to take care of nature, while after these many centuries, we have been actually killing everything without having that many problems. Thank you. I'm sorry for making out of time speech.
No, thank you. It's fine. Thank you very much for such a fascinating argument. And well, I welcome now our last speaker, our second keynote speaker, Professor Timothy Inso from University of Exeter, who will give us a lecture about titled "The Polysemic Qualities of Shrines in Northern Ghana." So
thank you very much. Can I share my screen then? How do
absolutely. You just click on share your screen and it should work. Do you have any troubles?
No. Tell me if you can see this now.
Not yet. There should be at the bottom.
Can you see that?
Not yet. I mean, you're allowed.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Try this. Can you see that?
Yeah. Perfect.
Can you see this now?
Now, yes. Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Please.
Okay. Yes, so the paper today I've called "The Polysemic Qualities of Shrines in Northern Ghana." And I'll just start my slideshow. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organisers for inviting me. And it's very nice to revisit material that I haven't worked on for some time. I've got a different project at the moment in Eastern Ethiopia, which is funded by an ERC advanced grant. So it was good to go back to the work we did in Ghana, which ended in about 2012. And what I want to do today is just a short presentation, because I realise we're running late, and is to consider from an ethnographic perspective, firstly and very briefly, the issue of shrine definition, which I don't think we'll be able to follow through in detail because time is limited, so the discussion time's already been eaten into. And then what we can learn from shrines in relation to how they can blur and challenge a culture.
Excuse me if I introduce, but you have your time. I mean, we will just continue a little bit longer, so please take your time. It's your keynote, so please.
Okay, thank you. So the other thing that I want to look, now that I've got a bit more time, is to see what we can learn from shrines in relation to how they can blur and challenge a culture-nature definition. And this is a theme that's come out in many of the papers already in this very interesting workshop that we've been in. I also want to look at how shrines are created and how they can be imbued with different degrees of agency, and also animism through a process that we've called franchising. And I use the term we, not as in the royal we, but as in the fact that this was a partnership project. Because in order to be able to explore shrines, which are in active use, it is an indigenous religious community that we've been working with, we worked with the University of Ghana. So my good friend and colleague and research partner, Professor Ben Kankpieng at the University of Ghana, and also Dr. Rachel McLean of the University of Exeter, who happens also to be my wife. And these are two monographs, should you be interested in following up some of the ideas that I'm talking about today. They're published in those books there. So obviously I'm not going to talk about everywhere. I'm going to focus on an ethno-linguistic group. The preferable term, the old-fashioned colonial term, was of course tribe, which has been discredited for various reasons. So the ethno-linguistic group of the Telensi, and they number about 10,000 people, and they live in northeastern Ghana. Here is the map of Africa, obviously. Here is Ghana. Here is an inset of Ghana, and we're up in the far north on the border with Burkina Faso up here. And the Telensi live in this chain, this horseshoe-shaped chain of hills, the Tong Hills, which is around number 3, the town of Tongo. And these numbers on the map show to you the distribution of shrines. And these are just major shrines that we recorded. There are many, many more minimal shrines. So that gives you an idea, if you think that scale is 1 kilometer there, of the density of shrines that are clustered in this chain of hills. And the Talensi are divided into 2 clans, which is interesting in thinking about authority, because the Talis, who live in the hills themselves, who are going to be the primary focus of this talk today, are the autochthonous group, the original settlers of the region, and they provide the earth priests. So they control the ritual authority, whereas the Namus, who live in the area surrounding the hills, have an exogenous origin tradition, external origin tradition, and they provide the political authority. They provide the political chiefs. So there's a dichotomy and division between systems of authority here. Now, Talensi religion is based on what we could call bundled beliefs. It's impossible to pick out one strand and say that defines Talensi religion. It doesn't. So a key element is ancestral veneration, obviously a preferable term to worship. The colonial administrators, this was a British colony, referred to it as ancestral worship, which of course is completely wrong. The ancestors are venerated as a conduit to God. They're not worshipped in themselves. There's also the ascription of animate properties to materials and locations, which may or may not be referred to as animism. There is a belief in the high God. God is there, but God is otios, is remote, it's distanced, and the ancestors are an intermediary. And again, that was an aspect that was stripped out in colonial thought. There was thought to be no God until Christianity or Islam civilized the natives, if we can put it like that, which was completely erroneous. There are earth and medicine cults that are related to fertility and healing. These are 2 earth priests here. I'll talk about their shrines later on. The important point to make is that they're not allowed to be clothed, because clothing is associated with Muslims, and Islam is associated with slavery. So on the edge of the hills, they used to hang tattered clothing to show that Muslims weren't welcome. They didn't wear clothes because they were forced to wear clothes once they were enslaved. And another element of their religious bundle is what we could call metaphorical relations with plants and animals, usually domesticated, but under the what they would have been termed or defined in the past as totemic, which has been proven to be wrong again for all sorts of reasons. So the notion of metaphor is perhaps better. Now, there is a conundrum, which I would like to acknowledge, that exists in defining the main agent of ritual practice of the Talensi, which is shrines, and is the applicability of the term shrine. It's because it's obviously a term that fails to describe the range of structures. There is such a massive range of structures just in that small hills that are contained within its discipline, within its definitional boundary. Courtwright, some time ago, has written about how the term shrine was derived from the Latin of scrinium, a box or receptacle, and as in relation to containers of sacred meaning and power. And if we think just in sub-Saharan Africa, these could encompass, for example, this is the sort of material I'm working on now, but the Guba, the Muslim domed saint shrines that you can see here outside Khartoum in the Republic of Sudan, through to this, which is a single pot Talensi yin or destiny shrine. But obviously there is a key recurrent element that we can pick out, which is that notion of containment, which would appear crucial in thinking about shrines. Other aspects of shrine or different forms of shrines that could be encompassed within that definition include sacred groves, they include ponds, they include prominent rock features, and they include other locations in the landscape. This is a very understudied shrine in Burkina Faso that I was fortunate to go. You can't travel to this region now because of the actions of, they call themselves ISIS or Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb or whatever, but it's made that whole region sadly insecure. But this is the shrine of Dafra. And these are the sacred catfish in the shrine, so that you take your offering, which is usually a fowl, a chicken there, and it's killed. And then the entrails, they make a knocking on the trees, and the entrails are fed to these catfish, some of which have pierced sides of their heads with earrings in. It's very interesting indeed. So this material and structural diversity in the sub-Saharan African context has led to various definitions being proposed, only 2 here, but again, I would refer you to my books if you want to look at it in greater detail in the African context. I'm not qualified to speak in other contexts. So Van Binsbergen has described a shrine as an observable object or part of the natural world, clearly localized and normally immobile. And Mary Douglas, a famous anthropologist, has described it as acting in relation to the containment of a spiritual power, fixing its transmission and making it approachable. Now, a definitional alternative would, of course, be provided by vernacular terms, which exist. So the Telensi, for instance, have their bois or yarb, which is a fairly common type of shrine. These are the ancestral shrines that you can see here. They're usually formed of an earth or clay pillar, which directly penetrates the earth and into which the sacrifice, they use the term sacrifice, is offered. There's sometimes one, there's sometimes many. They always have associated with them a sitting place. So the person doing the sacrifice can then commune with their ancestors afterwards. There's a stone sitting place. This is a sitting place made of a now cement. It would have been mud in the past platform. And these wooden posts here in front are not in themselves shrines. That one is, that's a shrine post. It's in wood rather than clay. But these wooden posts have stones on them that are there to lock in the spirits of errant children who've not been initiated, so they lack full personhood. They're not exactly dangerous. They can't kill an individual, but they are nuisance spirits. So they are locked in here and they're looked after by that ancestor. In this instance, a chief of the talus that you can see here. Also important to think about is if you can see this midden at the back here, which of course is a pile of rubbish, that shows the fecundity and the fertility of the household. So they're always contained next to the compounds as well. Rubbish is not distributed through the landscape, except in relation to shrines, as you'll see later on. This is another main category of shrine, the bacalog, or the soothsayer's shrine. You can use the term diviner if you wish. The Telensi translation is soothsayer. That's how they refer to them. It has a pillar, but the key criteria to differentiate it from the yarb is it lacks the sitting place, because you don't commune with the ancestor of the bacalog in the same way. This is the male yin. I showed you it full earlier on, or good destiny shrine. This enshrines literally objects associated with an ancestor who is instrumental in negotiating or navigating an individual's passage through life, a man. Women aren't party to these sorts of ritual activities. So here, for example, is an old-fashioned razor blade, the sort that you would have put inside a fixed handle, you know, the metal razor blade. There are coins that belonged to him, various bracelets that he owned, a washing stone for cleaning the skin off the bottom of his feet, for instance, and then a large cowrie shell. I don't know the meaning of that. And then a bell that he would have used in a shrine, because an aural dimension is also significant in ritual practice amongst the Telensi. And the important point to make in relation to this material is the Telensi said repeatedly in our interviews that these are not representative of the ancestor. They are the ancestor. This is material that is the person. Because if you think this watch is continually, this strap is continually in action with my skin, it takes up my skin, dead skin, sweat, all that type of thing. So that makes it part of the person. It's very interesting. However, vernacular terminology can, of course, be problematic. The applicability is limited. It's valid within the Telensi context. They understand it, but it's culturally and contextually specific. Shrines are also mutable and polysemic. They have multiple meanings. So, for example, this shrine here, I had different interpretations as to what it was. Some said it was a yarb, some said it was a yin. No one actually said it was a bacalog, a diviner shrine, but it does seem to fuse both. This is a hoe that was probably associated with an ancestor who had a particularly fertile harvest. So then that would make its way into a shrine context. You may also find the animals from the first hunt of someone. There's no animals there now, but in the past, when there were still wild animals in the hills, that would have gone onto the shrine as well. So I'm acknowledging the complexity, and equally for the past, these sorts of vernacular terms don't exist either. So I'm acknowledging the complexity. I'm still using the term shrine here. You may say that's a cop-out, but it's not. And I would always acknowledge the definitional limitations in relation to it. Now, the mutability and polysemic qualities of shrines are also indicated by the fourth main category of Telensi shrines, which perhaps most relates to the theme of this conference, which are the Tongban, or earth shrines. This is one of the most important earth shrines. I'm going to give 3 examples in the Tong Hills. This is the New, earth shrine. I can't pronounce it properly, it's a difficult pronunciation. And it's described by anthropologists such as Meyer Fortes, who made this, the Telensi people anthropologically famous, who worked there in the 1930s, and his text has become one of the classics of social anthropology, from a particular slant maybe, but still. He describes it as a natural sacred grove. In reality, it's not really a grove, as you can see here. It's very denuded, and it's certainly not natural. What it is, this is a definition. Inside here, you have to have ritual dress. You have to take off your tops if male. If you're having spectacles, anything metal or leather, you have to do certain sacrifices, and it's defined just by a path. So it's local knowledge, very much tells you when you're wandering into the sacred terrain. And the sacred terrain, which is of interest to me, I'm not an anthropologist, I'm an archaeologist, is that this was or is an archaeological site. So for instance, those of you that eagle-eyed may well see these small monoliths or standing stones here. We recorded 143 of those, which are somewhat surprising inside a sacred grove as defined by the anthropologists. It's also, once we were allowed to excavate in here, and that was a real privilege if you think, it's like excavating in the Vatican or something like that. So it was really a key thing to be able to do. It's littered with cultural or ritual debris. We can see lots and lots of it. These aren't stones, these are thousands and thousands of pots that have been forced into the ground in this earth shrine. And our thinking is that they were, well, a pot. They're not glazed, so they look like they're made of earth. They're unglazed pots. They're visibly of the earth. And when they'd had their functional life, they were returned to the earth inside the earth shrine context and just left there. And they've eventually become trampled into the ground. And they're demarcating around various stone arrangements that appear to have been sitting places. This is the pottery before removal in one small spit, just 6 by 4 meters, or 8 by 4 meters rather. And this is it after removal, but it gives you an idea of the density of the pottery here. And, and remember, or rather, I should say that this is not a contemporary archaeological site. This dates from the late 1st to early 2nd millennium AD. So it's very much challenging the natural identity through this density of cultural debris in there. And this natural identity was also challenged through the ethnobotanical inventory, which I completed with a Ghanaian ethnobotanist, Daniel Abu. And this is the table of the species that we recorded. None of the plants or trees present in this sacred grove were there because of natural selection or are representative of the natural environment. It is in essence what we could call a botanical reservoir that is manipulated and exploited for nutritional, cosmetic, medicinal, manufacturing and aesthetic uses. So this is the neem tree, for instance, which is quite common in that grove. And it's used to provide chewing sticks, you know, a natural toothbrush, and also for fuel as well. So what we could say is the new shrine is very much completely a human construct. Similarly, in the third most important sacred grove in the Tong Hills, this is the Bonab Sacred Grove. It's not as denuded, it's not as degraded as the last example I showed you, but again, it's not representative of the natural Guinea savanna vegetation that you would expect to find in the area. It's not a natural sacred grove. This is it in the rainy season. If you saw it in the dry season, it looks so completely different. And it's dominated, these are large examples, by Anogeasis leocarpus, which you can see here, which is a hardwood, and it's used for fuel and charcoal. You would expect more diversity of tree types. So this has again been encouraged, even though they're not meant to be exploited, these shrines, it's been encouraged to grow and is a vestige of arboriculture. And all the other species, again, I won't put the table in and bore you with that, have the same sorts of medicinal, nutritional, manufacturing uses. There is a similar conceptual blurring in the most important shrine in the hills, and this is Tong Nab Yani. This is the grove you can see here. You can see it's untouched. This is a millet cultivation. They're subsistence agriculturalists. So it's a very densely farmed landscape where they can farm it. So Tong Nab Yani is number 55 on the map there. This means the chief of the earth or lord of the country in Talen. So it gives you an idea of its importance. And it is the preeminent shrine in the hills because they told us it sees everything, or it brings to light everything. You can't conceal anything from Tong Nab Yani. And it does appear at first glance, if you look at the vegetation, to be edaphic climax Guinea savanna vegetation, natural savanna. Yes, at first glance it does. But once you dig within it, you have to again question the natural image of Tong Nab Yani, because the landscape in the sacred grove has been altered through fruit and wood collection, clearly, mainly for use in the shrine, but it's still being exploited. There are paths. This is a way that it's being humanized. This is actually a festival of path clearing that takes place in the Harvest Festival. You can see here, this is one of the main paths to Tonab Yani. And then in Yani itself, there are also paths as well. And it's become, if you look at this, it's become monumental. Humanity has created a monument, albeit a sort of natural monument, by its very survival. Everything else has been cut down. And I really do need to reinforce to you, if you have an image of Africa as peopled or filled with wild animals, it isn't. This is how they've ended up, because this is a silent monument. It should have a rich biodiversity, but there isn't anything. I was given the skull that they'd killed of the last monkey of the Tong Hills, which is very sad. This isn't from the Tong Hills, but this is what it ends up in. This is in the Republic of Togo in Lomé. This is the fetish market, as it's called, fetish meaning, you know, in relation to the manufacture of medicine for good or for bad. So you can see here honey badgers, monkeys, and baboon or fox type large creature that you can see there as well. So this is a silent monument as well. And that is again contrary to prohibitions. Now, at the core of Tongnab Yani is a rock shelter. This is a plan of it. This is the inside of the rock shelter. So it has a chthonic, an earth-dwelling location for the earth shrine, which makes sense as a channel into the earth. I have to acknowledge that the history of Tongnab Yani has been explored in an excellent book by Orman and Parker. We didn't look at the history. We looked at the archaeology and the material culture. And if you look inside here, you can see there is a nexus of curation of material culture inside the shrine. These are all the possessions. This is the one but last, he's dead now, earth priest, again wearing the ritual clothing. But these are the possessions of the former earth priest, including a giant ceramic vessel behind him of a type that they say they have no knowledge of. So there's archaic material culture there. This is a mound, literally as high as this off the floor from where I'm sitting, formed of sacrificial remains, the halters from cattle that can't be brought all the way into the shrine because it's quite rocky to get there. They try their best though, and then they slaughter them on a rock face below that. But dogs that are brought in there for slaughter, and also fowls, tons and tons of feathers from fowls. This is the medicine that you get from this shrine when you visit it. I'll talk about more medicine from it that you take away from it. But this is made from the sheer nuts, which come off a tree, the sheer tree, and you put it on your body on the part that is affected. So this curation of ritual artifacts is significant because it's showing a concern with time. The shrine is not in itself perceived as a static entity. Again, if you look at colonial accounts of African indigenous religions, frequently they talk about the timeless nature of tradition. Well, that notion of tradition, that's why I'm not using it. I'm using the term indigenous religion as opposed to traditional religions, because that idea of tradition breaks with that. And that was an interesting point Graham made about syncretism in his keynote the other day, yesterday, about, again, how valid is that? And I would agree with him. So this also blurs categories, though, because it's enshrining ancestral material culture. So we have ancestral material culture in the context of the earth shrine. And the concern with temporality and curation was also correlated by our excavations. We were so lucky to dig here. This is not just an important shrine in the Tong Hills, it's one of the most important shrines in West Africa. We weren't allowed to excavate in the rock shelter itself, but in the ancillary galleries we were, which are also littered with material. And I'll talk about this material in a moment. And the radiocarbon dates, that's obviously as archaeologists what we do, from the excavation here, we got two distinct clusters. We got one of late Stone Age, what it would be called in West Africa, but Neolithic in the European context. So that's the initial use of the rock shelter. It's a good location for prehistoric people to live in. And then a much later time clustering of the early 16th through to the early 17th centuries, which is the first use of the shrine by the Telensi. So this suggested to us that the choice of this as a shrine by the Telensi was partly determined by an understanding of a past beyond memory. So again, this was something that was denied, a longevity and understanding of time in colonial narratives to do with Africa, and again would suggest to us that there are ancestral influences on this earth shrine too. Now, within that material, like here, not in the shrine itself where the ancestral material is of the earth priest, but in all the surrounding galleries, there was a lot of what we could call disruptive material culture. This is a comb, there's another comb, there's a halter here, bits of bone, some sort of clay beads, lots of beads, female artifacts. And this is because Yarni is particularly good at dealing with female problems. Fertility is thought only to be a female condition. Men can't suffer from infertility. Women do, so they go there and get cured. Also, women are the evil individuals in Telensi thought, so they are going there to be cured of witchcraft. And the reason why you go to Tongnab Yami is because I said earlier that it sees everything. It functions for good. So if you go there with a bad intention, the shrine will turn against you. You cannot beat it. It's immovable and all-powerful. And the witches are materially attested by their discarded possessions. But these are not ancestral. This is something different. This people don't want. I was only allowed to record it on the periphery of the shrine. Nothing can ever leave the shrine boundaries again because it is invested with that evil. And once the individual is cured, they leave the material culture that was associated with their evil person behind. They literally strip and they go away cleansed. So this is more to do with a psychological or physical curative process. So it leads into the medicinal category of Telensi indigenous religious practice. Now, the power of Yarni means that it is the focus of pilgrimage. People go there to avail themselves of its powers. These are followers of indigenous religions, that's understandable, but also Muslims. This is a Muslim gentleman that's gone there to visit the shrine, and also Christians as well. In the Tong Hills, unlike all the surrounding area, they're neither Muslim, and I said the reason for that. Why? They don't like them because of the historical association with slavery, nor are they Christian. The evangelical Christianity that's made big inroads elsewhere in Ghana has not made inroads here, because in part, the beliefs are strong, but also these are big generators of money and income, these shrines. And we have to remember that that is a key element of shrine practice as well. Now, they get a lot of pilgrims. Every day they're coming, you see their cars parked, expensive Mercedes, all these sorts of things. But pilgrimage alone does not satisfy the demand for Yarni, for the most powerful shrine in the hills and one of the most powerful shrines in West Africa. So this is met by literally giving the right to operate Yarni elsewhere through shrine mobility, and the demand is met by what we called franchising. And the agents of franchising are these offshoot shrines that you can see here, which are the Boabi, which means shrine's child. It's a ball of material. It's covered by its sacrificial material that you can see there, encasing an animal horn at the center. And the Boachi, the shrine gourd, which refers to the gourd that you can see there. I've got one in my office here on the wall, which if I was lecturing in person, I may have been able to show you, but I'm not able to. And the franchise is a broad term that essentially is used to imply what the Tensi called yihiyi, again, sorry for the mispronunciation, which is to obtain the shade or the shadow. So it's not obtaining the shrine itself, you're obtaining a bit of it, not even, just an essence, a shadow of the shrine, as part of its existing ritual power. And Allman and Parker talk about this. Understandably, data, even with partners and all these sorts of things, research partners working with local research assistants and things, getting data on how this was done was very hard to obtain, and that's entirely understandable. But a broad narrative that we were able to elucidate was it's done by sacrifice at Yarni. Then Yarni, not human agency, fills a cow horn with medicine in the shrine that's left overnight. And then the custodian of the Boabi or the Boachi is associated into the uses of the shrine. Now, the Boachi appear to entail much more obligations. So we'll focus just briefly on the Boabi. The Boachi is also a much more opaque process, so we know very little about it. But in both cases of the Boabi and the Boachi, the more you invest, the more you pay, the more agency your shrine has, and the more power it has. But that is only so long as you continue to fulfill your ritual obligations. And those are, besides the initial investment that you make at the shrine to obtain your Boabi, in this instance, you have to make a periodic visit back to the shrine with offerings, with gifts, with money. And this is a Boabi revisiting Tongnab Yami. It's hanging on the shrine custodian's house here before it's literally taken up and welcomed back to the mother shrine. And this is another one here. If you don't do those periodic, sometimes they're even annual, they encourage you to come annually because there's gifts and donations involved and it empowers the shrine, then all you're left with is a inert, rotting lump of sacrificial material. But if you keep up the investment of it, you have a powerful object. Now, the franchising via the Boabi occurs on a very large scale. We did a survey within neighboring ethno-linguistic groups in northern Ghana of 110-kilometer radius of Yani. We didn't cross borders. We were in Ghana because that's what our research permit was for. But it was very much a trans-ethnic. So it crosses over linguistic groups, ethnic groups. It's trans-religious, as I've already said. It goes into Muslim and Christian context. And it's certainly transnational, although our survey didn't encompass that. Anecdotally, it's fascinating that you hear about leaders of nation states from other neighboring countries coming to Tongnab Yani to avail themselves of the power. Also, because the Ghanaian diaspora is big, it is something that's apparently, I have no evidence to support this, it's a closed network, but apparently it's a shrine that's been distributed internationally into the United States. There are big Ghanaian communities here, into London. I'm a Londoner. It's from, the former colonial power. Elsewhere, Germany has a big Ghanaian diaspora as well. So this is a very interesting distribution and raises the question of why. And the why can be answered by the fact that it is to do with perceptions of power, that Yani is genuinely believed to cure all illnesses and identify evil. And the means that this is done by is through a red clay medicine that you can see in the hand here that is given to you and that you collect new supplies of once you go back to the shrine periodically and at the initial inception of you assuming the shrine. And this is molded into balls. It's dissolved in water when required, as you can see here, and then it's applied to the body, to the afflicted areas. That doesn't mean that woman necessarily there has a headache or a chest pain, but it could be to do with a malcontent, an illness of the head, spiritually, psychologically, as well as physically, and again, within the body too. So in seeing this, these Boabi primarily relate actually to Tim, which is medicine category of shrines, but they're generated by a Tongban, by an earth shrine. So again, showing the inherent complexity in thinking about shrines and in trying to define them. So this woman here has had, we'll look at her serene expression on her face. She's had this medicine. We were allowed to take a sample when I was at the University of Manchester then, and we did in the Department of Chemistry, we did analysis of it. And there's no proactive substance in the red clay medicine at all. All we found was a background of rotting vegetation, very ancient rotting vegetation, like an essence of it, because it was from a cave environment, which you would expect there, but nothing, no chemical compound at all that was anyway identifiable. So what we can say is Yani is indivisible from being earth, ancestor and medicine shrine once its functions are unpacked. It's not a divination or destiny shrine, but it does clearly influence those aspects as well. It's indivisible from that. And if you think that the Silenzi, there's only 10,000 of them, they're one ethno-linguistic group in a vast continent. If you think of the scale of Africa, and if you multiply this over and over again, and then the complexity and polysemic qualities of shrines are immense. And what I've not been able to do, this is just some 60 kilometers southwest of the Tong Hills, where we also did an archaeological project. The photo's not good enough, but peeping out of here are all sorts of figurative terracottas that don't figure in Silenzi practice, but these are also shrines. If you factor in that archaeological dimension where the ethnography is largely inapplicable and the material is a lot more denuded and fragmentary, then this complexity increases. So in conclusion, I don't have time to look at the comparative dimensions. I couldn't give it, the degree of detail that it requires, except to say that the natural cultural blurring or franchising is not unique to the Silenzi. And again, I would direct you to those monographs, the covers for which I put up at the start. These are very similar shrines from the great shrine city of Ife in southwestern Nigeria, near Benin in Nigeria. Some of you will have seen the bronze artworks from Benin that were looted in the 19th century and are in various European museums. But this is the same sort of sacred tree complex, the same sort of ancestral shrine. And the resonances when I visited there a few years ago were amazing. So I would end by saying that shrines in sub-Saharan Africa are wonderful, evolving, temporally charged entities that reflect divinity as conduits to the ancestors and the divine. They are perceived as agents and they act to foreground materiality in many ways, that certainly we only partially understand, and that's even from an ethnographic perspective. But the extent to which you see the material that I've briefly discussed this evening as applicable in other contexts is for you to judge rather than for me to say. I mean, each to their own analogies. Thank you for listening.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. That's been amazing. So I think that we can open up the final discussion, and your keynote lecture is will be a wonderful starting point for it. So please jump in, manifest yourself, make yourself visible. It's the last final session. I mean, discussion session. And I think we have so many ingredients to spark a conversation and to continue the conversation. But yeah, it's too much food for thought on my side. So please, Nicola.
A question and a comment to Tim's paper. Thank you so much. It was great. So according to the Lenzi, nature is now the sacred place, like the Aboriginal. So the shrines is an artificial construct within the nature. Is that correct? That's what I got as an idea, or just like or it's just a place, a locale within nature, or is something like monumentalization of nature for the spirit of the ancestors?
I would have to say that we got varying responses to that. As in all the interviews that we did, there was no uniform, there was no doctrine or dogma. We couldn't say that we could come away with a manual of Telensi religious belief and practice and ritual practice. It didn't exist. There was a sort of flexibility, which returns back to the points that Graham was making yesterday, I think, in relation to that. So the ideal would be, the official narrative, if we could put it like that, was that they were natural places, but they had tamed them within the landscapes and they had controlled them, but they were there because this is how the ancestors had known the landscape. So therefore, they were the conduits for which they maintained a relationship with the earth so that their own crops would grow. But quite clearly, as the examples I've shown have indicated, that's not the case, that they are very variant constructions and, you know, very complex indeed. But I can't answer it with a simple answer, I'm afraid.
And do you see a transformation, a diachronic transformation from the earliest version to the latest versions of these shrines? Do you notice that? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. What we see is a disconnect between that new shrine, whether it was a shrine in the first instance, you know, where the pots are being forced into the ground over this vast area. They said, oh, we don't do things like that. We don't really understand why that's been done, but it's always been a shrine since the time of our forefathers, which is the term that they use rather than ancestors. And I would apologize for not being able to talk about the female dimension because there isn't one, because women are now excluded from ritual practice altogether. But whether, again, that was so in the past, we don't know. So it's raising all these interesting questions. But there is a transformation and a difference between the ones that we were seeing archaeologically and the ones that we see today. Interesting. Though I would say certain key elements recur.
Can I take the word just for saying that we have some of our participants that are already leaving us. So we wish to thank them very, very much. And again, if now we have this final discussion, so please turn your video on and just let's try to make it a more workshop kind of, real workshop or physically together workshop. Yeah, that's very nice to see you back all. Okay, Erica, if you wish to say something, I'm sorry.
Only thank you very much for this really stimulating workshop. As someone who works in the Arctic, many of the, well, all of the topics were unfamiliar to me, and I really feel that this was an excellent opportunity to meet with other people doing really interesting work. So thank you, Anna, and to Nicola for fostering this great discussion.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you so much. We really
I just want to add one. We forgot to say something. That it's been 150 years since the publication of Primitive Culture when animism was defined, and so it was defined as a belief in spiritual beings. And I think today, I mean, between yesterday and today, we have kind of redefined the relationship between nature and animism in a more entangled way. And I have to say, I like Erica's approach of the idea of assemblage. And I think we have to rethink of animism and as a way of connecting with spiritual forces through nature, but as Tim was saying before, it was just as an artificial way of redefining nature. That's something that I think could be interesting to discuss. The relationship between humans and nature in creating hybrid figures, because this was, I think, the main theme of today's papers. I noticed, like, the idea of recreating nature in a way that it's something different. It's something that it's more powerful than nature itself. That's I mean, as Ingold would have said, nature doesn't exist per se because it's perceived by humans. So that's the other elements. But
yeah, absolutely, Nicola. I agree with it. And there's perhaps too many threads that are open, and it feels kind of compact and a bit very rich, all the discussions. So there's so much to digest, and I wish to give to EJ's Graham the word for a question before reading also some.
Hi, if that's okay, although I might end up reading my question. Thank you so much, everybody, including all the speakers who've left. I've been kind of lurking in the background, listening and taking notes and thinking, and every time I've tried to articulate a question, I've really struggled. So what I've ended up doing is writing something down as a kind of general thing that I'm just going to read out and see. I'm interested in what people think about this. But I think as Nicola just said, we've been kind of largely focused on animism throughout the conference, and I think that's really important. But I found myself wondering whether the more than human world can affect religion without necessarily having to be animate, to involve spirits or ancestors, or to involve things that have to be considered as persons who often seem to have really human-like wants and expectations. They have to be related to in kind of quite human social terms through gifts and respectful actions, or mutual responsibilities and obligations and so on. So I suppose what I'm sort of asking is, does the more than human world also work in kind of non-anthropocentric ways? So actually as nature, the qualities of nature itself, rather than these kind of human-like qualities that humans want to and tend to quite often give it, sort of perhaps through relationality generating effects that humans then come to understand as this thing that we call religion? Or is this kind of an impression of a more than human world as animistic a consequence of the fact that we're actually starting with religion and questioning that world in terms of religion, rather than starting with the more than human world and kind of thinking about how it might lead to what we understand as religion? So rather than kind of saying, this is how religion was done in this culture, and let's look at how they interacted or created relations with the more than human world, let's think about, this is what the more than human world is. How did that lie at the heart of what then becomes religion? See, that's why I kind of wrote that down, because there's a lot of words there that perhaps don't necessarily make sense. But those are kind of some of the things that I've been kind of thinking about. Like, obviously, spirits and ancestors and so on are really important when we're thinking about animism in those terms. I think this is what Graham was sort of alluding to in his keynote, when he said that I find that a little bit uncomfortable at times, because I feel like it's very human-centered, I suppose. Religion is human-centered, but I'm saying, does it always have to be? If that makes any sense at all? Or maybe it's just this time on a Friday afternoon and I'm,
I think it makes sense. That's a problem. I think we're too much devoted towards nature, and we're abstracting humans from nature. That's like, the new approach is kind of, it's too much towards nature. I mean, I understand nature is an incredible agentive power, but I think it's because we humans give that power. But then it's like, I'm confused like you. I mean, think about this pandemic. Is nature basically blocking you as, in our houses, and what's the response? It's not religion anymore, it's science. So it's complicated. That's the thing. It's complicated. I mean, but because we are led by, you know, a science oriented society, but what about in the past? What Seth showed us, like, you know, looking at the lever, because that's the map of the world. That's the way I'm going to move from one place to another place, because it's written in the lever, and that's like my pseudoscience approach. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, religion, if that's how you make sense of the things that happen in the world, the experiences you have when you go into the forest, or you know, whatever it might be, if you then kind of interpret the effects of that in terms of religion, that's because that's the, you know, that's the way that your ontologies, your ways of being tell you to interpret it, just like ours do science. I'm just wondering whether those experiences always have to be based on going into a forest and encountering a spirit, rather than encountering kind of the qualities of trees that you don't have to necessarily think of as being spirit-like, but they just make you do something, they make you feel something, and then that becomes religion. So just to, I think it's sort of complicating it even further, because I'm not saying that spirits don't, and gods and things don't exist, although that's a bigger question for another time. But just the kind of nature itself has qualities that affect the world that don't always have to be interpreted in those terms. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I think we're talking about the same sort of thing, like that the religion is the interpretation we place on these more than human relationships that we form.
Can I jump in with just thinking of two texts that I think would be interesting to think about in this regard? So in Leviticus, you know, you're not allowed to cut the corners of your hair, and you're also not allowed to cut the corners of your field. And there's no explanation for either. It's the Lord, I'm the Lord your God, you are to be holy. But I think that practice, you know, it comes through us in a text that attributes these laws to a deity, but the practice itself is not about encountering a spirit in the field. It's about making your body and the body of the field the same. And it's very hard to know exactly what that meant to anyone, because they don't seem concerned about that. Like there isn't, we're not giving an explanation. It's the point is to do it and to be it. And I think looking at practices in that way can, I think, help some of the, with that sort of two-way direction. Also, the other text that I thought of was the prohibition on cutting down fruit trees during siege warfare in Deuteronomy. Again, like, is that like a religious idea? But it's certainly like part of what it says, you know, don't cut down the fruit trees, you can eat from them. And also, are the fruit trees men that they can go either against you or with you in siege? The implied answer being like, well, no. But they're setting up some sort of responsibility. And like, I think we have to talk about it as religious because these are like very separate spheres. But I don't think the ancient Israelite would have thought of it as like religious or warfare. It's just like, all of it is life. And that the relationship to the tree and the relationship to God are like intertwined in ways, but you can't really take them apart. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, it does. It also makes me think of, I mean, I'm a Roman archaeologist, but it makes me think of the Arval brethren in Rome look after the sacred grove of trees, and there are lots of rules and regulations about what they're allowed to do and when they have to do it and various things. And Elsa Hunt has written a book all about it, in which she kind of points out that sometimes the way in which they're interacting with the trees is because they're performing some kind of obviously religious ritual for particular purposes to do with the gods and so on. other times they have these rules and regulations about the fact that every so often you just have to prune trees because otherwise they get out of hand. And that kind of makes me, that then sometimes becomes ritualized, or at least it gets described in kind of religious terms, because everything else that they do with the trees is religious. But really what's happening there is that in the first instance, what they're doing is driven by religious practices. In the second, it's driven by the natural qualities of a tree to grow and to take up space and for branches to fall down and those sorts of things. And I think those two things are ever so slightly different, but you're right, they kind of then become all part of one and just one way of understanding things. So that's a really useful example. Thank you. That's helped me put that into perspective.
Okay, so can I also ask a question from one of our participants about it's to Professor Timothy Insel about the borders. Where the borders of the sacred grows, the liminal space between sacred and unsacred clearly delineated, and if in the case, how so?
The denuded grove that I talked about, that's just literally with a path that's worn around the edge of it. So it's quite easy to make a mistake and wander into it but then children run up to you and start shouting. The borders of the other sacred groves are because it's the only bit of forest that exists. That's it. Everything else has been cut down. So they just stand out in the natural landscape. Simple answer.
Okay, we should ask to the students, the participants. Just I see that also Esther is leaving us soon, and also Steph, you're still here. So
it's almost 7:30.
So if you both wish to say something before leaving. No? Okay. We don't hear you, Esther. If you're talking, I don't know.
That's right, because I turned out the mic. Thank you very much, you and Nicola, everybody else, for a very interesting and varied workshop. I enjoyed it very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm afraid I have to go now, having been up since about 5 o'clock so now I've got other stuff to take care of, okay?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Thank you so much for also waking up so early and being here for both, mornings for you. And for your wonderful presentations. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'll look forward to hearing from you about the subsequent directions.
Yes, of course. I think I sent already some of the instructions. So there's time till March 2022. So we have times, and I will send you back again the guidelines of the publishers. But I think we should all digest a bit and then proceed with the conversation. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Also, Seth left us, I think. A lot of messages.
And I want to thank Anna for organizing all this. I want to thank all the contributors. It's been a great opportunity to meet.
Thank you.
Even if we're all far away from each other, but it's and the good thing about this experience, it will be recorded, so for future memory and for all the students that they were kind of shy and they didn't interact with us. But thank you, Anna, and we're going to send it out to all the contributors for the final publication in 2022 for the second volume of my.
Yes. So I also wish to thank you all, and of course Nicola for co-organizing this wonderful workshop. I'm so again very happy about it, and just my brain is too much packed with all this inspiring discussions that I can't really find a clear path into animism and materiality and nature and religion. So, and I encourage all of us, to think and to further explore these threads for the written contributions. And actually, I hope we will have more conversations in other platforms, hopefully not only virtually in the coming future. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure also to meeting you all, though, virtually. So if there are no other notes, I mean, we might just conclude our workshop.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.